made a video talking about it. I just want to do a couple reactions to what we got going on. I'm sure they're gonna say the same thing as well. He has 45 minutes. I feel like I'm gonna have to do ads and shit like that.
And it became official. Enzo Maresca has departed Chelsea Football Club. Now, has he been sacked? Has he walked? Maybe it's both. Maybe it's both. And some of the things we're hearing post-sacking, everything's flooding out from all the journalists now. It's all coming out like a volcano erupting and all the lava sweeping across Pompeii once again. But now we are in a situation. We are in a situation. I want to start off, because I said earlier on that once it's official, things need to be said. So today, things are going to be said. Yeah? Everyone's going to start splurting everything out, left, right, and centre. Well, let's reveal all, shall we? Let's get everything out. No problem. Yeah? When it comes to ranting and raving, you're looking at one of the originators. Yeah? I was doing this before some people ranting and raving now even figured out what youtube.com was. And I was on this platform ranting and raving, putting rant in my title to try and get a view. Yeah? I know the game. So if you want a nice, deep, emotional explanation on things, then you come to the right place. Because realistically right now, the way that this is, what happened today has triggered one thing. We can't go on. We cannot go on. That's it. It ends here. Everything has to end here. Now, before I get into everything, Enzo Maresca.
Tablet did not come with it. It didn't come. The tablet did not come with it.
I want to say good luck in all that you do going forward. Because I'll be honest, when Maresca was hired,
It should be set up already.
I didn't expect much,
Like the apps you want to download.
especially as someone coming from the Championship. But I think all things considered, he's handled himself in a respectable manner. Some would argue except for the end. But why has that got to that point? It's not like this is novel. Look at the managers before him. Are we not seeing similar traits? Yes, we are. So, when it comes to this now, and the reasons why he got triggered, and he's leaving, and he's had
It's
enough,
not a
well,
puppet.
cool.
That's why. It's easy to understand why. When Enzo Maresca first came to Chelsea, he agreed that he was going to work with the players that he was given by Blue Co. But he realized that he only had 2 wins in the month of December, 2 wins out of 9 games. That's not enough. And part of that is like, but he's relying on young players. You're relying on 19, 18-year-olds to score goals for him. It does not work forever, bro. He wanted Semenyo. Chelsea, because he was not gonna go work with the wage structure, they decided to part ways. Like, what did you expect? That was what was gonna happen, chat. You can't have 18, 19-year-olds trying to do the jobs of a 27-year-old, bro. It's different experience. That's how life is. It's different experience. So what did he do? He decided to not be a puppet and was like, you know what? I want to put my 2 weeks in and I want to resign and get the heck out of here. And that's what he did. He got the heck out. You can't be mad at that.
Oh, no problem. I fully understand you.
left.
Do I think that his job has been perfect? No. Do I think that the team that he has at his disposal is equipped to get better results than we have had as of late? Yes, but like I said earlier on, there's no smoke without fire. You can get the best team in the world. If there's something going on from within, everyone's affected, you best believe results are going to go left. When the team was performing properly, you could see what we were doing. And for that, I will say, Enzo Maresca, thank you for delivering that Club World Cup. Thank you for delivering Champions League football when at that time I was like, we ain't getting this, no chance. And we did. Fair play.
See how the
And good luck for the future. Because the hand that he's been handed, right, in the end, and what he's had to deal with is similar to those prior to him, and it's similar to the same problems that we've all outlined in the past and the problems that we hoped were not going to arise again. And now we're in this situation. So Enzo Maresca, good luck in all that you do. Thank you for the job that you've done. It's, like I've said, not been perfect, but I respect it, and good luck going forward. Now, where does that leave us? Where does that leave us? Let me explain everything now. Yeah? Let's explain. Some people want to call me a sellout. Yeah? Okay. My conscience is clear. Super clear. And why? Because I gave things a chance in the moment where I looked and went, you know what? Something here has been done that I didn't expect. I like what I see here. Cool. Now let's move forward and let's get this club back to a winning standard. Let's take this team back to where it should be. We aren't far away. When we went and we got Champions League football, we got top four. When we ended up getting, the Conference League was a formality. I don't even want to count that. But when we got top four, in a moment where I was on here telling you guys, we're going to lose this game, we're going to lose this game, we're going to lose this game, we're going to lose that game, and we didn't, and we got it, not top five, top four, cool. That shouldn't be something to celebrate. But where we were compared to how we ended under Maresca was something I did not expect. Cool. We go to the Club World Cup. We do that. Now, I'm happy that I can actually say from within that during that Club World Cup, I had one of the best memories there that I had as a Chelsea fan. I enjoyed every moment of it, and that will forever stay with me. Not one.
I enjoyed every moment in the Club World Cup as well. I feel like we're finding our cohesion, we're finding our chemistry, we're finding how to win. We're playing together as one. We had an identity. We identified ourselves on the pitch. You know, like it was obviously we went up against the Brazilian, but the Brazilians ain't no scrubs either. They are a very good team as well, and we were playing good football. We were scoring goals. We were finding ways to win. We were finding ways to overcome, the to overcome our adversity and obstacles that was in our way. So I agree with Eunice with what he's saying in this aspect. Well,
Part of me was like, you know what, I hope we lose this, or I don't really like this because it's not going to really, get things to change. No. I was happy to see my club win, my team win, right? In that moment, and the way that we did it is something that can be praised. But why was I giving a chance? Because that's something to build on. That is something that you can take and run with for the sake, not of me, for the sake of the club, for the sake of the team that we love, for the sake of getting Chelsea back to a level which is title winning, trophy winning, being in contention amongst the best. Even in the middle of the chaos, right, that we have had as of late, we done a job on Barcelona, we done a job, we get jobs done against the bigger teams. In that moment, after winning the Club World Cup, I'm like, you know what? Cool. Let's give the chance then. One chance. What did I say back then? One chance. We have one chance. Let's move forward. Let's start building on this and let's not regress. Right? Now, what did we do? I'm happy that I gave that opportunity because now no one can tell me that I didn't. No one can come in here and say, I fed an agenda. No one can come on here and tell me, no, but you were just wanting Chelsea to lose just for the clicks. No one can tell me that. No one can tell me that. And I know for a fact, like I said, I'm one of the originators on this platform. I've been here for over 14 years. I didn't make a dime on this platform for over 10 of them.
Yeesh.
You're not going to believe what happened. Tell me.
Shout out to Eunice, man. Yeah, Eunice is an OG in here, bro. Let's not get it twisted. Eunice is an OG. I remember when he was making.
I'm still here. People have been on this platform wanting Chelsea to fail to further their views and their agenda on their channels. I know that for a fact. But there are also people that will go on the extreme other side that will only say good things because, I don't want to really move from this situation. No, I just gave a legit chance. But what did I say at that time? If something happens to Maresca, I'm not going to blame Maresca. If something happens to Maresca, heads will roll. I gotta be honest, the minimum that I thought that would happen would be at the end of the season, not now. But yet we're here, 1st of Jan, and Maresca's gone. Now, I'm not painting Maresca as some Jose Mourinho figure here, no. But this club has now proven that it is incapable of stability and success. Incapable.
I agree.
We had this is why I look, not that I've been waiting for this, but I always said in the back of my head, if this happens, now that we're here, Chelsea Football Club, we had the biggest opportunity. We were this close to build on success to get this team to become a title-winning team. We were this close. We didn't act in the window. We didn't act with getting everything done alongside Maresca. What we have proven here is that we are a dictatorship that wants someone to just go along with every single little thing and not have a say whatsoever, which unfortunately is the same script that we've seen before. But there's one difference. Before, we didn't have anything that we had won or anything that had made us go, oh, you know what, we've done something here. None. We failed under Graham Potter miserably. Lampard came in and we just lost nearly every game. Pochettino came in and it was going all left until when he decided to explode and start doing things his way, and he managed to recover the season.
Thank you. Okay, all right. I was going to disagree with you. Like, as much as we gave Pochettino flack for, Pochettino was steadying the ship. He put the ship in the right direction. He allowed Cole Palmer to blow up, to become the player that we expect him to be every season from now on. Cole Palmer was that guy, right? Pochettino did, I think he did a good job trying to steady the ship. Got us in the top five position, I believe it was. I think we finished fifth under his coaching. And I think he did an okay job in the second half. First half of the season, he was trash. He was horrible. But second half of the season, he was very, very solid in making us play good football. So yes, Eunice, I do. I was going to disagree with Eunice, but then he was going to keep on saying something that I was going to agree with later.
Just about, but even then, it was a failure overall. Until Maresca comes along. And we win the Club World Cup. We get a level of something respectable, something that we can go, yo, this is how Chelsea should be playing. Cool. Build on it. Build on it. It's there. Seize it. Why do you think I gave a chance? I gave a chance for that. Because I want to see my club win. Because we were that close. Even with everything in the palm of our hands, we still hold the same methodologies and the same dictatorship and the same outrageous things that we had seen prior, that handcuffs managers, that doesn't allow them to be autonomous in any way whatsoever, that the moment they actually want something, even especially Maresca has credit in the bank after winning the Club World Cup. He has credit to be able to go, no, look, we've done this, now I know that we actually need this and this.
That's the thing that that Onslaught did. When Onslaught won the league, the owners of Liverpool was willing to hear what Onslaught wanted. What Slot wanted for Liverpool, coach, right? I wanted Ekatike, I wanted Florian Wirtz, I wanted Pong, right? I don't know if you wanted Isaac, maybe foreign directors that wanted Isaac, but at least we know for Ekatike and Pong and Florian Wirtz, Onslaught wanted those players and he got them because he showed he won the league, which allowed him to have the leverage of getting what he wanted. Enzo Maresca won the Club World Cup, allowing Todd Bowley to stand side by side with President Donald Trump. and Santino, the FIFA president. He was able to shake hands with President Trump because of Enzo Maresca and Chelsea winning the Club World Cup. And this was an opportunity for Maresca to use this as a leverage, like, hey, I want this, I want that, give me this, give me that. And I think he was trying, I think he did behind the scenes. I think Enzo Maresca did to get what he wanted. But the sporting directors, Bluco was like, hell no, nigga. You get what we give you. You get what we give you. Shut up and coach the players that we fucking give you. Wanted experienced wingers in the mid 20s. They went ahead and got Gittins. They went ahead and got Ganacho. They went ahead and get like Liam Delap, like Joao Pedro. And Joao Pedro was solid for us. I cannot lie in that Club World Cup. Joao Pedro was very solid for us. But he wanted Bluco got him players that was too young for him, that to take it to that next level, you're gonna have to need experienced players. He didn't get that. It's stupid all around, man. I'm sorry. It's just so stupid all around.
For you to provide to me, for me to take this further. And we go, no, no. You must do as you are told within the constraints that we feed you, and you must shut up and not say anything. Bro, do you actually think that's what's going to work? Now, the beauty of this is that unlike before, where everything you could say was almost a theory, because many people will go, no, but is that really what's going on? No one can deny now. No one can deny. You'd be an idiot to deny. It's plain in living colour for everyone to see now. Everyone can see it.
Everyone can see it.
And what do we get after the manager gets sacked today? After Maresca goes, we get told by David Ornstein, we get told by others, nothing's going to change. We're not looking at any star-studded manager. We're going to continue to find someone that fits what we've been doing up until this point. What have we been doing until this point? Tell me, what have we been doing until this point?
When Blucos say that they're gonna find somebody that fits what they've been doing up until this point, basically they're looking for a manager that does not have a big ego, like a Pep, like a Mourinho. They are going to put them in place over there as the puppet to do the beating. That's basically what Bluco wants. They want somebody that will go out there and do the beating. That is what Bluco wants. A coach, a low key coach that does not have the leverage or the star power or the managerial experience to be like, nah, you get me this, that, this, and this, and I will gladly be your manager, your coach for this team. They don't want to get big time coaches because they know those big time coaches are going to have egos backed up with experience and resume as long as a Bonnie Blue body count, bro. These coaches, they don't want a coach that has a resume as long and as big as Bonnie Blue's body count. That's what it is. They don't want a Pep. They don't want a Xabi Alonso. They don't want a top rated manager that has a long resume, bro. They don't want that because they know those managers are going to clash heads with the SDs, with sporting directors, and Blueco. They know these managers are gonna butt heads with them. They know these managers is gonna bark back. They're gonna bark back and they're gonna let them know, hey, bro, give me what I want. Give me what I want. So Blueco is gonna get a manager that doesn't have much experience, that would not be able to have leverage or the resume to talk back to the fucking owners. That's what it is.
Nothing. Failing. The moment there was something to build upon for you to utilize and actually take action on, we didn't do it.
That was after the Club World Cup.
No manager, let me explain this so then people understand. No manager can come in and function under these circumstances? None. And I'm not waiting to find out about the next guy. I don't know about you guys now, but enough's enough. Enough's enough. Especially after giving a chance.
I will talk about who the next potential manager is. There's a manager that they are putting in the forefront for us Chelsea fans to get used to. So it is going to be very interesting how these guys are, how this coach is. Like we're going to look into his background and what is. From what I heard, he was a manager or part of the manager team of the sister team in France, Strasbourg.
I don't feel it. Nah.
He also coaching the champions.
And forget the directors at the moment. Forget them. They're irrelevant.
One tier league.
We'll get to that in a sec, actually. But the moment I see the first sign of being able to build on something, oh, okay. All right, well, here's your opportunity. Here's your chance. It's in the bin by December 31st, January 1st, basically. It's in the bin. Tell me, what do we do now? Explain to me. For those that actually want to look at this and go, no, you know what, we can move forward. Okay, tell me how.
Resolution.
Like I said videos ago now. Liam Rosenior is going to be the next Chelsea manager, people. Liam Rosenior is going to be the new manager. Head coach, sorry, forget manager. No, we don't do managers here. We do head coach. I'm not even going to call them head coaches anymore. You know what's mad? Maresca's proven he's not a yes man either. Fair play to him. Fair play. He held his own. He actually held his own. And everything that we're hearing here now, he held his own. Now, I want to clear up something because there was a brief that had come out. It's full of briefs at the moment. I'm not even going to show you. It's full of them. We'll be here for 2 hours. But it come out that, apparently Maresca in October spoke to Man City. Oh, okay. People are onto that. Well, how about what came out after? Chelsea spoke to De Zerbi in the summer. So Maresca wins the Club World Cup. We go and do this. And apparently Egbali goes and have a word with De Zerbi. How do you think Maresca feels? When we look at Maresca and we look at these shenanigans that apparently he's been doing as of late, the last few weeks, what has driven him to that? People think this is novel. This isn't novel. This isn't new. We saw it before. Managers are not able to communicate under this ownership. And they're not able to demand something that they feel like they need in order to take things forward. They don't have it. So what makes you think that it's going to be different for the next guy? Nah. We done Potter, yeah? We done Lampard, caretaker. Flopped, but still. We done. Actually, prior to that, we done Tuchel. Tuchel couldn't communicate with these lot. Then we done Potter. Then we done Lampard. We done Poch. Even he blew up. Let me reference something. Pochettino was at Tottenham under Daniel Levy for 5 years, yeah? And handled it. And then blew up in the short amount of time that he did under Bluco. And then started doing things his way. And then we got back on track and he still lost his job. And now Maresca, who was meant to be the guy that they had handpicked, Maresca, the guy that they had looked and done so much study on, and they had analysed. How long did it take us to hire Maresca? It took us a while. All the homework and research and AI and data that went into this one, bloody hell. You know, my AI video yesterday, it makes that look like a piece of cake. Which, by the way, can I just clear up, yeah? Why did I do that AI video? I said it in the beginning of my video for those that didn't understand. I said, Chelsea like to use AI. Chelsea use data. Well, let's see what the data has to say about Chelsea. Simple as that. And it gave me the same output that all of us are thinking anyway. That was just the point of the video. So, again, going to extremism. I'm not here to be an extremist. I'm here to be a realist. And I'm here to be fair. And I want to give opportunity where it's deserved. But when it's done, it's done. And now we're at a point where I cannot trust this ownership to move into the next manager. No, I'm not doing it. I'm not doing it. No. We are in a never-ending cycle now. I heard someone say it brilliantly. I saw a clip earlier on and it was fantastic. We are a year away from being we are always a year away from being ready. I can't even say it. How the flip does it go? We are always...
Basically saying we are always a year away from finally being able to compete in the big league. Like before the season started, I was talking with my friend Glenn. Shout out to Glenn, an OG's Man City, right? And he said that we look so ready to compete for the league, right? And I told him that yes, on paper we do, but there's a sense of maturity that we don't have that will get in the way, that will stop us from trying to compete with Arsenal, Man City, and Liverpool. And I think I'm right in this instance because we don't have the maturity to compete with Arsenal. Arsenal has the maturity, bro. Gabriel, Saliba, David Raya, Declan Rice, Noga. Yes, they haven't won a trophy, but that years of competing for the number one position, for competing for the league, get into the quarterfinals, get into the semifinals, knowing what it's like to be at the number one position, then lose it, trying to chase that number one. Maybe it was Liverpool, maybe it was Man City, trying to overcome the odds in the Champions League and trying to make it to the finals. We don't have that. That's a level of maturity that goes with experience. We don't have that level of maturity with the experience to compete the way Arsenal competed over the past few years. And now, Arsenal, right now, at this point in time, they finally have achieved that meme. I understand it now. That meme, I understand it now. Shout out to Little Shooter. They understand it now. And now, guess what? They're number one in the league and they're number one in the Champions League, despite not winning trophies in previous seasons. Why? Because they have attained that maturity. And that maturity comes with experience.
Always a year away from being a year from being ready. Does that make sense? So the aim is to fight for maybe the title next season, right? But we're always a year from being ready to that point of waiting a year to go and win something. Like that's we're in.
Same reason Pochettino left. Same reason Thomas Tuchel. They wanted Enzo Maresca to be a puppet. And when he finally grew his mind, talked back, they decided to like, hey man, that is hard way. Obviously, that's what the media wanted him. And I think he was also willing to resign because he didn't get the players that he wanted. You have 18, 19, 20-year olds in Chelsea in attack. They can't even score easy.
Basically trying to be Roman, but without any success whatsoever. When Roman came in and had authority and we were winning, the moment things slipped, out the door. Give me someone that's going to maintain winning. And then we did. And then they did. And then the moment it slipped, okay, it's time to go. Bring in someone else that's now going to maintain it. And we've done that for 20 years straight. With us lot now and Blueco, it's the opposite. It's the moment we actually see some sort of progress, okay.
Is, right? Even during the Roman era, look, I've been a Chelsea fan for so long. I've been a Chelsea since 2007, '06, in fact. 2008 was when I finally locked in Chelsea. Like, even during the Roman era, when doing under Roman Abramovich era, and when we were having different coaches year after year, season after season, every 2 seasons, like we're having a different coach, right? Had experienced players that could easily adapt and had high world class players that was still in the team for us to be willing to go out there, score, for us to go out there and win trophies. Under this era of Blue Claw, this managers are not getting what they want. They're not getting the players that they desire, and that is hurting them in short term and hurting them in the long term. It's ruining the resume. I've always said this, bro. Pochettino, Enzo Maresca, they are always gonna be. The internet is always gonna be on their side because internet understand what's going on at this Chelsea Football Club. And what's going on at this Chelsea Football Club is they want these coaches, these managers to be fucking puppets. That's what it is. They want these guys to be puppets.
No, bring him right back down. No, we don't want to go anywhere. Get rid. Next guy. Now, do you realise how far we are deteriorating? Can you understand? Let me just paint a picture here. If we actually get Liam Rossini in as manager of Chelsea Football Club, guys. Liam Rossini in as the manager of Chelsea Football, or head coach, I keep saying manager, of Chelsea Football Club. Do you understand? This is the equivalent of going and getting Sam Allardyce back in the day, or Mick McCarthy. It's no different. What has he got on his CV? At least Maresca has, he worked under Pep for a bit. At least, and even then.
I just said it earlier, bro. Eunice, you're talking about resumes. Eunice is talking about CV and resume. I just said it. They don't want a manager that has a very big and strong resume. They don't want a manager that has a resume as long as a OnlyFans body count, bro. Because those managers get to have the leverage to talk back to the SD, to the sporting directors. They get to talk back to Blueco about what they want to do at this club, what they want to achieve, and what their philosophy is. It's literally a clash. So what do? They get lower level managers. Let's not get it twisted, bro. Enzo Maresca does not have a long resume. He's only 45 years old in age, and he's very young when it comes to coaching experience. The same thing with Liam Rosenio. These are young coaches in experience that does not have the leverage or the coaching resume to talk back to the SD, talk back to Blueco about what they want. It's you think they're gonna get someone that's on the same level as Pep Guardiola or Carlo Ancelotti? Hell no. Them niggas gonna look at Blueco like, bro, I've achieved so much before you guys even bought a football team. I've won Champions League, La Ligas, and Premier Leagues, bro. I'm one of the greatest. So you will acquiesce to what I want. Blueco, these managers don't get to talk that way to these guys. They don't get to talk that way to these SDs and Blueco niggas. That's what it is.
Even then, at least he can say, I won the championship. I won the championship. I'm now ready to try the Premier League. Maybe at least, not stretching. Yeah.
Rosinho does not have the resume.
What about this guy?
He's
Hull.
easy puppets.
Yeah. Actually, no. Let's have a look. I need to double check because my head's about to be gone. But let's have a butchers. Liam Rossini, yeah, has managed. He's currently at Strasbourg. We know this, but
Yeah, Strasbourg.
yeah, Derby County as an interim, Hull City, yeah, and Strasbourg.
That's nothing. See, yes, and what he has accomplished, nothing, bro.
I mean,
Accomplished shit.
He finished 7th for Hull.
Told ya.
I don't have any words. He's going to move from Strasbourg to Chelsea. Why? Because it's easy. It's part of the model. It's something that Blueco can look at and go, he's handled Strasbourg very well with not saying much. Well, cool, just bring him up to Chelsea. He'll relish this. And he won't bite back and he won't say anything. He'll go with the flow. That's what Chelsea are looking for, which is why I'm not paying attention to Winstanley and Stewart. This ownership now, and after what we've heard today, have already proven they are not willing to go after anyone of a top standard to come in and actually change things for the better. So we can forget moving forward.
That's exactly what it is.
That's it. We can forget moving forward once and for all, properly.
Eunice got it.
It's just not going to happen.
I understand it. Yep. There you go.
So what's the solution here?
They don't want a
Well, let's paint the picture.
Manager. It has a very long resume. They don't want a top manager with a long season. They want a lower level manager that will be fine being a puppet. But when Enzo was out here lashing, talking with owners, talking with Blueco, Todd Bowley and Ekbali, letting them know, bro, I want this, I want that. We're not achieving much because you're not giving me much. They want Enzo Maresca to do more with less. That's not how it works in football, bro. That's not how it works in sports. Those are the stories of underdogs.
Get rid of Winstanley and Stewart.
Underdogs?
Doesn't change much. Because the next couple of yes men will be brought in. If that was even going to happen, that's not going to happen. Winstanley and Stewart have been given 6-year deals. Clearlake and Bowley. Well, they've got issues between them. We don't even know what's going on there. We want to talk about the strategy of recruitment under Clearlake so far and the players that we are bringing in and all of the craziness of trading and flipping and getting players in and then selling them and then getting players in and selling them and doing all of this. When we can't even get a shirt sponsor sorted for the first time in 3 years properly, we can't even do that. We still don't know what's going on with the stadium. Can't even do that. We want to talk about making money when we still haven't got things that will actually get this club big revenue sorted, and we haven't done it in the space of 3 years. And we want to talk about actually moving ahead with a project. Mate, right now, with the way that we've handled everything and what we've handled with Enzo Maresca now, we can't run a bath. Let's just be honest here. We can't. We cannot run a bath. Now, I still don't understand the picture between Clearlake and Bowley. Where is Bowley? Like, we actually don't know. But we're not going to paint it like he's completely innocent. People want to say, you know what, let's just give it to Bowley. Even then, what did we see from Bowley at the beginning of all of this? The instability started there. When he came in as acting sporting director instead of actually going and getting a sporting director.
Thank you.
Then it flipped. But to be fair, at least with Bowley, I actually believe there is some sort of ambition to want to win on a sporting level. He just doesn't have a flipping idea on how to do it, perhaps, in the football world. In American sports.
This nigga Todd Bowley's once came at Thomas Tuchel and said we should implement a 4-4-3 formation. Like, come on, man. If a guy is coming to an experienced manager who won the Champions League a season before, who coached at PSG, took them to the finals against Bayern Munich, which is an all-time great team. Sit Thomas Tuchel down and you tell him you want to implement a 4-4-3. Like, my guy, bro, just at that point, you just need to just step down and let the guys get a sporting directors who knows the way of football to do it. That's it. Like, these owners are trying to act like they know football. They don't even know fucking baseball, bro. They don't know baseball.
Yes, he's done it, and even that took a while. But Clear Lake have got investors to worry about. Clear Lake have got all sorts. Now, this is where I want to get back to this point of this really, really quick. Yeah. Do you think I'm in the pocket of Blueco? Yeah. I've heard all of it and I've stayed silent. Until now, because now everything's coming out. All right, let's get it all out then. Because after giving this a chance, cool. We now have our answer fully. Do you think I'd be honest speaking like this properly if I was? Oh, no, but don't worry. He's got a discount link. Again, why I went down the way that I went down, even after given a chance, was because I understand the people that want to be extremists and don't have the capacity to think and put two and two together, or actually go and research a point before finding out and actually speaking about something.
Yeah, Eunice, there you go. Eunice is cooking, man.
Let's talk about.
Eunice is cooking.
Because I'm going to come to how to resolve all of this in a bit. Stay tuned. In terms of what everyone now has to do, the fan base, yeah?
Well, the solution to this issue is very simple, man. Get rid of that wage structure. I understand what the point of the wage structure is, right? It's a way of selling players, paying players less than a value and selling them on a high. I understand that wage structures, but that wage structure system is stopping us from getting high quality, near world class players that demands and deserve the fucking wages. Get rid of that wage structure. Get a sporting director that is experienced and that is willing to work with the manager to get what they want. Open that checkbook. How is it that we spent £1 billion and yet we have nothing to show for it, bro? We're getting memed off. We're getting memed off. We're getting memed, bro. £1 billion bottle jobs. I hate that fucking food. I despise that fucking food. And yet we are not showing anything. There's no direction to show that our money is well spent. That's what pisses me off about this. There is no direction to show that our money is well spent.
Hold the thought, because it involves the link that I'm about to talk to you about. Yeah? Yeah, I started plugging the Chelsea Megastore. I did. Who runs the Chelsea Megastore? Is it Chelsea? Yeah, it's Chelsea, isn't it? No, it's not Chelsea. Now you're probably thinking, what? Yeah, I know. It's not. Chelsea does not run the Chelsea Megastore. Who runs the Chelsea Megastore? The same people that runs Man United, the same people that runs Real Madrid, the same people that run Barcelona, the same people that runs AC Milan, the same people that runs all the others. Majority of them, not 100%, but the majority of them. Who are they? Fanatics. Now, who gets revenue from the Megastore? Fanatics. Chelsea get a small percentage. Much like everyone else that plugs gets a small percentage. And why do I do that? Because in a moment of giving a chance and actually moving forward and going, okay, there's something that we can move forward with here, let's push, right? Cool. I've got viewers that all want to buy Chelsea stuff. I've got viewers that want to buy football gear. If you go and look in the description now, what link is there to? Kitbag. There's two offers that I have for you guys. There's the Megastore, again, via Fanatics. People want to say I'm a sellout. If I told you I've not spoken to Chelsea Football Club once, would you believe me? Now, if you want to believe me or don't, honestly, put your head through a concrete wall. I don't give a crap.
That doesn't matter, though.
I know myself and I know my truth. I'm good.
That doesn't matter, Eunice. Whether you spoke with Chelsea Football Club before or not, as long as you are not, as long as you're not with the program of Blueco, you're good. You can still communicate with Chelsea Football Club. You can still communicate with Blueco. That doesn't matter, bro. That does not matter. What matters is your opinion is your opinion. Your opinion is truly coming from you. Your opinion is not manufactured by Blueco to appeal or to appease Chelsea fans. That's what matters the most.
He once. Not once. I know they know who I am. I know they know who all of us are. But I've not spoken to Chelsea once. Not once. I've spoken to fanatics. Yeah? And what does that do? It doesn't cost me anything, but it allows my viewers to get anything that they want or that they normally buy anyway for a discounted price. That's it. That's it. In the same way now, you can go and get any football stuff from Kitbag. And that's all football. National teams, other leagues, other teams, all of that, like, it's there. That's a separate thing that I've managed to get going on as well. And you know what? I can do that. Why? Because I done my time on this platform. I went over 10 years without making a dime on this platform. Yeah? Like I've said, I was on here ranting and raving before people even knew what YouTube.com was, before even people figured out how to upload a video. I was doing it here from 2011. So no one can tell me. I was doing it for the love of it and because I enjoy it, and I still do. I do think I've earned the capacity to be able to make some money from this and try and make it my career. 100%. 100%. No one can tell me that. So when an opportunity comes my way for me to actually give an offer to my viewers, cool, here you go. No problem. But, let's talk about the solution now. How do we move forward? People are going to start talking about a protest and all of this. Let me be completely clear and transparent, yeah? People that have this ideology in their heads that content creators are going to be the ones responsible for creating a protest, honestly, please listen to every word I now have to say, because it has been done twice, and twice it has failed. Stop this weird socialist idea that I think many people have in their heads, this whole social justice mentality that, oh, as long as we just all speak on our platforms, that's going to bring change to the club. No. The keys and the power has always been with the match-going supporters. The match-going fans, you have the keys, you have always held the keys, you always will hold the keys.
Yo, is Eunice trying to say that match-going fans should not attend Chelsea? That is not gonna happen, bro. That is not gonna happen. If he's expecting match-going fans to hurt the pockets of this of Bluco of Chelsea, that's not gonna happen. These guys are gonna pull up and they are still gonna pay the ticket to come and watch Chelsea, bro. That's not gonna happen. It's a psychological thing. It's embedded in them to support Chelsea through the bad, through the good, through the great, through the misery. It's embedded in Chelsea fans in London. Go out there and pay, buy ticket to watch Chelsea in person. He's telling match going fans to not buy ticket to stay. That is not going to happen. You come on, you know that's not going to happen.
2,000
Not
people
going to
that show up on
happen.
a match day have the keys. No one else. We can support, we can try and give our view, we can
They have the
add to the
keys. That's what
fire,
is going to
perhaps.
happen,
That's all we
Eunice.
can do,
What you're asking
right?
is
For
not
good or
going to
for bad.
happen.
But no one else holds
Not
it.
going to
It's the
happen.
match going supporter. If the match going supporters still show up and they're still there and they're putting their money in, the club will continue to do what it wants. And why? Because that is how it's always been. When you look at history, let's go back in history. I was one of the front runners to try.
Time. Sunderland. I I didn't. Part of me is tied to back in. I don't know how did Audrey
get the Ricketts protest going alongside Matisse. Yeah, Matisse managed to do it and I helped him with it. And what happened? We had reach of millions supporter. If the match-going supporters still show up and they're still there and they're putting their money in, the club will continue to do what it wants. And why? Because that is how it's always been. When you look at history, let's go back in history. I was one of the front runners to try and get the Ricketts protest going alongside Matisse. Yeah, Matisse managed to do it and I helped him with it. And what happened? We had reach of millions across the world. We remember that campaign. It done the rounds on all of our videos, social media, Instagram, Twitter. It went viral. We got millions in terms of reach and people that knew what was going to happen on that day. Tell me how many people showed up on the day. When I was there with Matisse, how many people showed up? 50.
50 or 50,000.
When the whole Blue Coat protest was going to kick off, yeah, and we were talking about that, what happened? It was organized on Twitter and we started talking about it on our channels. What happened? How many people showed up on the day? Tell me. No more than a couple of hundred, up to 500 tops. And we all done our bit in order to plug it. There was people getting interviewed on TalkSport, for goodness sakes, which is the prime sports radio station in the UK. That does the rounds. Everyone's putting that on whenever they're at work. Everyone's listening. Everyone knew there was going to be a protest. How many people showed up? Like I said, 200, 300, up to 500, somewhere around there, max. Even then, did it make a difference? No.
A lot of people.
We can do our part. But the match-going supporters are the ones that need to protest with their feet. We don't need to get people out of the ground with placards and all this. People, get this mentality out of your head. And I'm not talking football, I'm talking about everything now. This whole thing about going outside and holding a placard and we're going to protest, that's going to get it done. Tell me one protest in recent times that has worked. This has not worked from the 80s.
That protest with civil disobedience does not work well. Even if you want to get it, even if you want to be political, that still did not work with Gandhi, Martin Luther King. It did not work, but those civil disobedience shit, those type of protests, it does not work. Sometimes you need a type of protest where like people are breaking down glasses, robbing stores, and robbing the rich stores and all that type of shit. You know, like those type of protests is gonna force these guys to do something. I'm not saying in this scenario that we should just, Chelsea fans should just go out there and start breaking people businesses and start robbing people. No. But what Eunice is trying to say is stay your ass home. That's it. That's what it's trying to say. It's saying the match going fans, stay your ass home. If you're a match going fan, stay your ass home.
In the
That's
UK,
what it's trying to say.
2 million people, 2 million people
Stay home.
signed a petition,
attend.
a
Don't buy
government
tickets.
petition, yeah, a parliament
Don't buy
petition
tickets. Stay
against digital ID.
That's what he's trying to say.
Yeah? 2 million in the space of, 48 hours. What did the government do? They responded with, we're going to go ahead and do it anyway. In the bin, 2 million in the bin. Like I've said to you guys right now,
Civil disobedience protest does not work, man. Those type of protests where you're just walking around, it has never worked. With Gandhi, it didn't work. With MLK, with Martin Luther King, it still didn't work. Telling y'all, bro, them niggas simply got assassinated. Rest in peace to those greats. But that's what happens. This is what happens. He's talking about trying to protest like that protest shit is not gonna work 'cause it does not hurt the pockets of Blue Coal. You wanna know what's gonna hurt the pockets? Stay your ass home. Stay home. That's how you hurt Blue Coal pockets. That's how you force them to make changes that would result to winning ways. That's what you do.
I am not in a position now, after giving it one chance, and seeing how it's ended, I am not in a position to wait to see how the next gaffer's gonna do. We know what the script is now. We know that right now we are done as a football club in terms of, and I stress, what is the aim? Winning the Premier League title. I want us to win the Premier League. I want us to win the Champions League again. But I want us to win the Premier League. I want us to be up there consistently, season in, season out, as a title competing team. We are not going to get there with the level of players we keep recruiting, with this model, with the young players, with Clearlake's fantasy and flipping obsession of getting money and revenue in from flipping players like Burger King burgers. We are not going to get anywhere when we just keep doing this season in, season out, acting like a dictatorship, not allowing the manager to have any input on how he wants to mould the team, even after a little bit of success, and then we chop them and then get the next puppet in because we're just looking for yes men to continue the model. We are not going anywhere.
Eunice just summarized it. He just summarized it right there for y'all. He just literally summarized it right there for y'all, bro. We are not like, bro, this way structure has to go. This buying young players has to go. I look at Gittins playing and I'm like, yo, this Jamie Gittins, like, he has talent. He looks like someone that can really, really be solid for us. But in the long run, at this moment, he's not it. You need to have a left winger that is experienced. Emmanuel was right there for the taking. And then Gittins can land under. Like, we don't have a veteran that these young players can land under, bro. That's what pisses me off the most. When we won our Champions League in 2021, we had Thiago Silva. We have Cesar Azpilicueta. We have N'Golo Kante. We had seasoned, experienced veterans that could teach the young guys. You think Rhys James is as good as he is just because he's just Rhys James? No. He had veterans that was guiding him. Antonio Rudiger had veterans that was guiding him, bro. That's why we're playing. That's why we won the 2021 Champions League. That's why during the Roman era, when managers was going in and out, we have Avram Grant to Scolari to Andre Villas-Boas to you know Di Matteo to freaking Mourinho, Antonio Conte. Like, we were having, dog, we were switching managers like we were a girl just switching boyfriends, bro. The reason why we were still able to be at the top despite so many changes of coaches was because we had veterans players, bro. We had world class players that were veterans. And even when Lampard and Didier and Czech and John Terry and Ashley Cole, Maluda, John Obi Mikel was gone, we still had Eden Hazard, we have N'Golo Kante, we have Azpilicueta, we had Willian, we had Pedro. Like, come on, bro. We had Diego Costa. We had veterans, man. We don't have that here. The thing is, our veterans, our guys that's getting up there in age, by the time Gittins and Esteval and Ganacho have reached the prime years, Rhys James, Cucurella, Caicedo, they are out of their prime years. So the prime years of our team overall is not matching. It's overlapping each other, bro. Group of players' prime years is exiting their peak, while the young crops is entering the peaks. It's not matching. It's overlapping. So fucking bullshit.
When you're fighting teams like Man City,
Bullshit, bro. I'm telling you.
even Arsenal, Arteta, look at the power Arteta has. 5 years for the last three of them, minimum. He's been up there in the boardroom. Before that, it was with Edu, and now it's with whoever's in charge of. What's his name? The new sporting director that they have. Forgot his name. Flipping now. I was going to say Neves, not Neves. Forgot his name. Berta. Yeah. Arteta's a big part of some of the decision making going on at that club. And on top of that, when they go and get signings, they actually go and get signings. Proper. They've learned from before. Because at one time they weren't doing that. And then they shifted. We're getting told today.
There is something I do want to say about Rodri. I think overall, I think you guys have very good scholars looking like a real player at that. Ryan Cherokee, oh my gosh, I think he's a steal of the transfer market. But Rodri, no, KD, great as it was, I'm sure this KDB, Rodri, heading to only like relatively.
They actually go and get signings. Proper. They've learned from before. Because at one time they weren't doing that. And then they shifted. We're getting told today after Maresca's been sacked, we're not shifting. We're not going anywhere. So, cool. If that's the case, we ain't going anywhere. And we're going to hand the job to some, with all due respect, I don't want to call him a nobody, but respectfully, Strasbourg is your level right now.
Oh, the new coach Liam Senior, well, however the fuck you say his name, bro. Let's keep it a bean. He's a fucking nobody. At least Enzo Maresca was under the tutelage of Pep. Enzo Maresca was under the guidance of Pep Guardiola. Let's keep it a bean. This new coach that's coming in, he's a nobody. It's simple as that. Let's not beat around the bush or try to be respectful, bro. Sometimes as Chelsea fans, we have to be blunt, bro. We have to be blunt. We have to say what it is. This new coach coming in, or any of the new coaches that will be coming in, they are nobodies. Like, how the fuck is it that Enzo Maresca is gone before Ruben Amorim or Onslaught from Liverpool? How the fuck is that possible, bro? And he's doing and relative. I mean, Onslaught won the Premier League. I get that, but he has a 60% win ratio, longer than Ruben Amorim, and Amorim is still at freaking Man United, bro. Damn.
You should not be walking into a club that should be competing for silverware, Champions League, all sorts, like Chelsea Football Club, when you've not even been close to that level, and you expect us to think that we're just going to move on and just succeed with everything that we've already seen so far. You can forget it. Clear Lake had the opportunity in the palm of their hands at the beginning of this season to become a serious club. Yeah, we had it. That was the moment. That was the moment to finally get Chelsea to where we should be. And it's been ruined. It's been absolutely spat out and put in the mud, right? So no more. No more. Like I said, I don't trust Blueco. I don't trust Clear Lake. I don't trust Winstanley. I don't trust Stewart. I don't trust anyone anymore to be able to take us any forward. I don't care if it means that we have to go through the entire process of changing ownership, which is going to take 18 months again. If it means we do that to get someone in that has better ideas and a better vision, we do that. Cool. I'll show patience to the process then, no problem. But we have reached our capacity. You cannot expect people to look at this and have faith in this going any further. You cannot. Everything is on the table. It's like I've said before, it's not a theory anymore. It's reality. This is exactly how it is, and no one can deny it. It's in front of us. So what do we do?
Man. I think Eunice have said everything that has to be said. So I'm really, really happy for Eunice. Shout out to Eunice. Eunice has been at this YouTube game for over almost 15 years, like you said, bro. So I really respect him. I'm subscribed to him. I watch him, and he said everything that had to be said. You know, like I've said this, Blue Coat want a puppet. To summarize all the drama that's going on, they want a puppet. And when a puppet decide to grow a spine to talk back on what they want, they feel like, okay, you know what? If I'm not gonna get what I want, I'm gonna leave. That's what Pochettino did, and now this is what Enzo Maresca is doing. He knows that he's not gonna get what he wants. So what do? You leave, get out, get the fuck out, and that's what I would have done. He's a head coach. He's not a manager. Can you understand? A manager, we have some say in the players that they want, in the players that they want the sporting director to buy, so they could implement in their philosophy. Head coaches, you are just, all right, this is the players you're given, system and tactics I'm going to implement with the players that I have been given. That's what a coach is. If we're going by football, soccer standards. So I really do feel sorry for Enzo, and I do thank him. Look, he has his own faults as well. He has things that we were criticizing during times. Like sometimes he was overthinking, sometimes he was overdoing it, sometimes he was a bit too late in making changes, right? But that was part of him growing. And what I fear the most about us, Enzo Maresca being sacked by Chelsea was Enzo Maresca is growing. He is becoming what it means to achieve Super Saiyan at Chelsea. So now when he goes to a big team, to another big team like Manchester City, all that growing lessons, all that growing pains that we want that he has is not gonna be there with Man City because Man City become a fully fledged manager that has learned his lessons, mistakes, and has overcome his mistakes. And he did that at Chelsea. Right? That was the whole point of your resume. Start at a small team to know how to lose, to know how to overcome, how to adjust in situations that you are in. He was doing that at Chelsea. He was learning what it means to play with 10 men under a red card. He was learning what it means to go up against a low block, mid block defensive. He was learning how to walk, how to grab wins and walk with less. He was learning what it means to play halfway through the season with some of your best players injured. He was learning all of that with us, with Chelsea. Now he goes to a big teams. He already have that resume of experience. He has that lessons. And the thing is, like Man City or other big teams, they are gonna reap the lessons that he has learned, whereas we are not. That's what I fear the most. I fear the most that Chelsea was just gonna be a ladder, a step for Enzo Maresca to learn what it means to coach at the big stages, and then he will take his lesson to another big team, and he will become the fledged team, full-fledged coach that we have Chelsea fans have been hoping that he will become in Chelsea. And this is what you're seeing. This is what it is. This is the scenario of what it is right now. So Enzo Maresca has learned so much. He has learned what it means to be coach, to overcome adversity, to overcome obstacles, to becoming a super saiyan bald head man. What about Chelsea? We're back to step one. That's what it is. Chelsea back step one. Talk. Let's look at what this new coach is. Um, John Terry said under Abramovich, no Chelsea manager ever wanted to. They all got sacked. Pochettino wanted to leave, and now Enzo Maresca wanted to wake up. Times are changing. Big red flags. This is Chelsea legend criticizing the new owners of Chelsea. He knows what's going on. He's just not going to say it. Telling you, bro. He knows what's going on. He just want to say it. Just letting you know. Yo, bro, bad man. Look at this nobody's being our fucking coaches, bro. Yo, we this is just bad all around. Mark Verlaine. So we are going up against Manchester City. Oh, I had to. Sorry, been texting. Macman Verlaine. Who the fuck is this nigga, bro? Callum Mark Verlaine. Jesus Christ, we are cooked. Yo, if you're a Chelsea fan, I just want you guys to understand that we are cooked, y'all. Chelsea fans are cooked. We are so cooked, bro. This is not a joke no more, man. Jesus Christ. What this nigga said, Liam Rossi. Dog, we are cooked, bro. I don't know who the heck our interim manager is, man. It is not looking good at all. Ugh, I do want us to look at him. Oh my. So this is our new coach right now. This is incoming coach. I want a yes man. That's why Liam Rossini think. Yeah, that's what it is. A new coach. I was hoping ESPN, ESPN FC. Talk about it.
Imagine being able to build an app with your name on it, just by thinking about it. Meet Base 44, a complete AI creation platform.
Fuck is
So, Ollie's at the wheel, but he has gone distinctly wonky. What's happened at Manchester United, Dion?
is
I wish I knew. I do. It's kind of frustrating having spent
Is
a bit
it
of time at the club and played
obvious?
for the great club in the great stadium, and it just doesn't look like a Man United team that I've watched for I don't know how many games, 14, 18 games. It's been terrible.
see what this
And
guy
you know what it
has
is
got
as well. When you
talks
put the red
about.
shirt on
This is
United,
him
all you
right
have to
here.
do
This is
really
the
to get on
new
side of the fans
Chelsea manager,
is work
man.
hard.
This is him
Good body
talking about
language.
Paul Pogba.
You know, play for the shirt, earn the right,
6 years ago, bro.
earn your money,
Back in
help your mate
2019-ish.
out, do it for the fans. Do nothing at the moment, and it has been quite embarrassing to watch United be
I
so
remember
poor,
during
which
this
is
era,
not.
man. They were always making fun of Paul Pogba, bro. Always looking at him as the. It was so crazy.
What they
Always
are
looking at him as the.
known for. Their standards are so high, Manchester United. If you drop them a little bit, you are in trouble.
But are you scratching your head, like many others, as to why it's gone awry? Because he came in when the time was... You could only describe the atmosphere as toxic. There was that incredible turnaround, broke the record in the Champions League, overturned a home leg deficit of 2, the miracle of PSG, but it's just fallen off of the cliff since then. What has changed fundamentally that's brought about the downturn in results?
I wish I knew. I wish I had the answer. I don't. Look at those. Let's just look at that. Look at that run of results
Since he's got the job
for
full time.
Manchester United. That is. It's just. I don't know. The players. The players have to be embarrassed by this. They surely have to be embarrassed by finishing where they finished, the way they finished as well, losing at home to relegate.
Exceeded a record number in the Premier League this season.
Yeah, I can't give you the answer to why, but there's loads and loads of ingredients.
Would you speculate as to why, you two?
No, but even the 2 wins there that they've got, they didn't deserve to win those games of football. Watford went there and dominated the game. West Ham went there and dominated the game. There's something fundamentally flawed at that football club at the moment, and everyone was pointing a finger at Jose Mourinho when he was there.
Would you speculate as to why, you two?
No, but even the 2 wins there that they've got, they didn't deserve to win those games of football. Watford went there and dominated the game. West Ham went there and dominated the game. There's something fundamentally flawed at that football club at the moment, and everyone was pointing a finger at Jose Mourinho when he was there, and he was saying to the media, there's things going on that you don't understand. And then Ollie comes in, and for a group of players, for their performances to go from down there to up there to back down there so quickly, there's something really seriously wrong, and a lot of players need to look at themselves in the mirror, because it's obviously, it's not just the coaching, there's a lot more to it.
You don't know unless you're at the top of the tree. Like him, you don't really know unless you're on the training ground, you know.
Yeah, exactly.
Is it even more alarming, though, Emma, as Liam says, the fact that they were there, went there, and then they've gone back there?
I think it's more alarming that people don't think that this was coming. This has been coming for quite some time. This hasn't just happened. They didn't arrive to this point. Complacency in any culture is not something that just drops off. It happens without you even being aware of it. And then all of a sudden you look back and you say, hang on a minute, we're not in the same place we once were as a club or as a team. There needs to be a reset, a reboot, and there needs to be an analysis in there to say, what are we trying to do? Where are we going when we do this, and how?
I don't know about that one. So it's they're 7th, and they have 3 losses, 5, 1 win and 1 draw. So they have 1 draw and 3 losses in the last 4. 7th. Interesting. The overview. Liam Ross Senior. Guy is 41 years old, so he's very, very young. Yep, they say he's a leading candidate, man. So this is him. This is the potential new candidate to be the new head coach of Chelsea, at least for now. Uh, I don't know much about him. Let's see what ESPN is saying. ESPN has an article about this. It titles Who Chelsea Could Look to After Enzo Maresca Exit. Liam Rosinho, Oliver Glasner, or Zach Fabregas. So Oliver Glasner is the coach for Crystal Palace, I believe, and Jack Fabregas, legend, is the coach for an Italian team known as Cosmos. I believe that's how you said it. Italian team. Chelsea have confirmed that they have parted ways with head coach Enzo Maresca. The decision was announced in a club statement on New Year's Day. New Year's Day, bro. After ESPN reported that there had been a serious breakdown in relations between the Italian boss and club leadership. Yeah, you got them right, man. Here, ESPN take a look at some of the candidates who may be in or out of the running to replace Maresco at Stamford Bridge. Liam Rosinho. Liam Rosinho, I hope I'm saying his name right, man. You guys know with my deep voice on where I can't say people's names right. Liam Rosinho may have been seen as a natural, a bit risky choice for the Chelsea job, given his existing blue coat links at Strasbourg. Rosinho 41 managed Derby County on an interim basis for a short term in 20 before joining Hull City, where he led for 2 seasons before being dismissed in summer 2024. He was given the top job at Strasbourg that August, where he finished seventh in League One, League On. Under Rosinho, the Ascension side won 4 of the 5 opening matches. But keep in mind, guys, they have 3 wins, 5 games right now. In the last 5 games, they have 3 losses. I'm sorry, 3 losses in the last 5 games. 1 win and 1 draw. So just want to make that very clear. They sit top of the 36 team conference league table, remain unbeaten, 2-1 win in November. Glasner, ooh, I don't mind having this guy, bro. Has yet to confirm his long-term future with the Austrians contract in South London. Set to the expire at the end of this season, Glasner joined Palace after fruitful spells managing in Austria and Germany, including taking Eintracht Frankfurt to the 2021-2022 Europa League. In his first full season at Selhurst Park, Glasner led the Eagles to the first ever major trophy as they defeated Manchester City at Wembley to score the 2024-2025 FA Cup, which was very huge for Crystal Palace, man. I'm sure they will always appreciate Eberechi Eze and those boys for leading, and this coach for leading them to an FA Cup, because people have to understand, for mid-table teams like Crystal Palace, winning an FA Cup is a big trophy. And I think every football fans understand that. Winning a FA Cup as a mid-table team is very, very huge. You know, it's a very huge trophy. And I know that Palace fans will always appreciate Eze. And I think my gay he might be leaving soon, so they will always appreciate him for leading them to win the FA Cup, including this coach, because this coach has been one of the best coaches in the league, in the Premier League. So with just 6 months of his deal left, a move for Glasner would make sense. Palace have had a mixed first half of the current season, currently 11th in the Premier League. But they lost their best attacking player, that's why. And they didn't necessarily find someone to replace. Roberto De Zerbi. Oh, Roberto De Zerbi. I love this guy. This is the manager at Marseille. He plays beautiful football, man. Rob- Roberto De Zerbi plays amazing football, bro. I fuck with this guy. Roberto De Zerbi took the job at Marseille in the 2024 following his departure from Brighton and of Albion. taking over a side that had finished eighth in League in four managers in the previous season. Wow. I did not know Marcel was struggling like that, bro. In his first season, Marcel finished as runners up in the French top flight, winning him plaudits for his attacking style of play. They sit third in the league this season, but the Zerbi is understood not to be a target by Chelsea. He may have to wait for a return to England, not in the run for the vacancy. Yes, because why would you want to leave? Roberto De Zerbi, why would you want to leave mid-season and go to Chelsea when Marcel is actually a lot more functioning and has a lot more stability than Chelsea at this moment? Marcel is a lot more stable than Chelsea at this moment and has a philosophy that is already built, his system is already built in with these players. I've always said this, right? Coaches should not leave during mid-season, join another club because you're going to a whole new environment, a whole new atmosphere, a whole new crop of players who don't know your system. They're not in tune with how you play. And what you gonna do? You're gonna try and be like Andrew Postecoglou, where he tried to implement his system so early in the season that he was on a 5 game losing streak and they sacked him, and now he's no longer seen as a top tier coach anymore because he came into a team and they were losing for like 10 games straight. So like, if I'm Roberto De Zerbi, fuck no, I'm not leaving Marcel when Marcel is a lot more stable and I'm doing so good in Marcel, right? And I think he might be third, but he's third right now, but he's just 4 points behind PSG and 5 points behind Lens. See? So like still a lot of games to go left. And his best player, Mason Mason Greenwood, is a leading goal scorer. Yes, Wilhelm, I agree. Yes, he's coming, but here's the thing. Liam Rosonia, like this Liam guy, is a bottom feeder. He's a low level coach. He has no experience, bro. He coached at Brighton at the U23. He coached at Hull City, and now we want this guy to find a way to navigate Chelsea out of the shithole that we're in. It's not gonna work, Wilhelm. I'm telling you, bro. Liam is not the guy. Like he's not gonna do shit for us. He's just a yes man. He's a puppet. Like I agree with you. Marseille. All right. Thank you. Thank you, JFC. I appreciate you, man. Marseille. All right. How'd you go? Look, man, I'm American, all right? Still learning. But here's what I'm trying to say with Marseille, right? Roberto De Zerbi would not want to leave. Marseille is a lot more stable right now. Why would you want to come during mid-season to a Chelsea team that's straight up in shambles? And does Zerbi strike you as a guy that he's a yes man? Yes, sacking Maresca was the worst decision. I agree. But you know why? Maresca stood up to them. He was like, fuck all that puppet shit. I'm gonna stand up with a spine and let them know, bro, this is not working right now. 2 wins in the month of December, and why do you think so? The Zerbi is not a fucking yes man, bro. Let's get that clear. He's never gonna coach for Chelsea. Roberto De Zerbi would never coach for Chelsea. He's not a yes man. This Liam guy, he's a yes man. He's a coach at Strasbourg. Strasbourg is like that. That's our sister club in France, right there. That's our sister club, bro. So I'm just letting y'all know, bro. Like, don't think like there's a light at the end of this tunnel. There is no light at the end of this tunnel right now. So if you're a Chelsea fan, you guys got to buckle up. Facts. Whenever somebody shows spine, the board sacks him. That's exactly what it is. That's exactly what it is, bro. Todd Bowley, Egbali, all these guys, they show up and they feel like they can, like, look, it's not it's very easy to fix Chelsea right now. Get rid of that wage structure. Get a sporting director that is able to communicate with the manager and and lead us to winning ways. And if you're Todd Bowley, if you're Egbali, if you're Waters, if you're a part of the Blue Coal Clear Lake, just stay your ass home and watch the fucking game, bro. Stop trying to act like we know, like you guys know how to be a fucking coach, bro. We should have just have AI as the first team head coach. Hey, JFC, I vote for Gemini. If you want an AI as your coach, I want Gemini. Yes, let me have Gemini right here. ChatGPT, they can be okay. Siri, they all right. But I want Gemini. Like, what AI do you want as your first team head coach, JFC? Because in my opinion, I'm going with Gemini. Maybe Glock on Twitch. Because I would tell you this, they would do a better job. Fuck it. We don't even need AI as our head coach. We just need him as our sporting director, bro. And they'll do a better job than these motherfuckers. I'm telling you, they will do a better job than these guys. So, Kieran McKenna, Ipswich Town. I mean, do you guys even care about these guys? Fabregas, Fabregas is doing a good job in Italy. I don't know if you guys watch Serie A. Zach Fabregas, he's doing a good job with Cosmos, bro. He is balling. He's a Premier League legend, the Chelsea legend. He's an Arsenal legend. He has won everything there is to win except the Champions League, I think. That's exactly what it is. Yes. Yes, Ruhan. That's exactly what it is. Yes. Yep. Same reason as De Zerbi. Why would they want to leave a team that is very stable with their philosophy and their system where like they are not puppets? These guys are not puppets. Big Barley wants profits. That's the whole point of the wage structure. The wage structure is a way to make money from the players, right? You bring in a young player with low wages, you give them that low wages, right? And when you want to flip them, it's easy for you to flip them. It's easy for you to sell them on a high. That's how we got 50 mil from Noni Madueke. That's how we're able to get a lot more money from selling these players. Now, part of the reason why this profit model matters is because Stamford Bridge doesn't seat a lot of people, right? Stamford Bridge capacity, Stamford Bridge capacity. Stamford Bridge capacity is 41,000. You're not making a lot of money here. If you're trying to make money from tickets, this is not a lot. 40,000 for a stadium is not a lot. So if you're the owner of Chelsea, what would they do, right? You would implement a wage structure where players cannot get more than $200,000 or whatever the case is. And what they will do is they will flip the players for low wages to getting high money. And yes, we can't even get a shirt sponsor. Dog, we haven't gotten a shirt sponsor since the beginning of this season. Since the end of last season, we have not gotten a shirt sponsor. I agree with you, Wuhan. And part of that is because they just want more money. They're trying to bargain for more money. So no, so we put the gold badge, in front of our jersey, acting like we are world champions. I'm sorry, but we are world champions in name, bro. We are world champions in name. Then they're trying to get in the way of the managers with the tactics. Like, stay your ass back. Stay back and let the coach. Let him coach. So I would love to have Fabregas because he's doing an amazing job with Como right now. But obviously he's not gonna come, you know what I mean? Like, he's in a good position. Like you said, Ron, he's not gonna want to show up. He's in a good position right now. So the way Chelsea are right now, Chelsea's situation right now is not looking good. This is the guy that we're gonna get. A puppet, a yes man. Yep. They want a yes man. And but here's the thing, right, Ryan? Here's the thing that matters, and this is something we should talk about. How long do you think this guy's gonna be a puppet for? How long you think he's gonna be a puppet for? Because I promise you, he's not gonna be a puppet for long. Eventually, he's gonna want to grow his spine and be like, "Hey, look, I need these players. You have to help me with this. I need veteran wingers. I need guys who are in the mid 20s." 1.5 years. I agree. Give it 1.5 years. 1.5 years, and he's going to stand up to Blueco, and then he's going to get sacked. See, here's the thing that is not talked about, Rohan. During the Roman era, yes, is a fucking loop. I agree. Here's the thing that people don't understand, bro. I've been a Chelsea fan since 2006, bro. I've been watching Chelsea since 2006. Trust me, man. I was a bandwagon from the United States. I live in the United States. I live in the East Coast, all right? I was in the United States. It was very hard to watch Premier League football, bro. Trust me, in the United States back in those. Thank God for social media now, right? I was torn when Mourinho first left Chelsea the first time. And then I think in '07 or '08 we had Avram Grant. You guys remember Avram Grant, who took us to the Champions League finals in '08? This guy right here. Yep, Avram Grant. He replaced Mourinho back then. Took us to the Champions League finals. And then the next year, I think we had Luis Scolari. How the fuck you say his name? Nah. He was the Brazilian coach. Yes, Luis Felipe Scolari. He was a former coach for Chelsea. He coached Chelsea. And then after that, we had Carlo Ancelotti. What I'm trying to say, Wuhan, was that we during the Roman era when we were having different managers season after season after season, we had world class players, veteran players that understood the game of football and was able to adapt to any situation that was going on with the whole sacking of the coaches. We have Peter Cech, we had Asher Cole, we have John Terry, we have Ivanovic, right? We have John Obi Mikel, we have Michael Essien, we have Michael Ballack, we have Frank Lampard, we have Maluda, we have DJ Drogba, we had Nicolas Anelka, we have Fernando Torres. Yeah, we had world class players that understood the game of football, that could understand what it means to have different managers and still try to win something. We had veterans in the team. So during the Roman era, when managers was getting sacked season after season after season, the players, we had veteran players that could just stay there and they knew how to win. And when those guys was leaving, we had N'Golo Kante, Eden Hazard, Asplacleta, we had Pedro, we had William, we had Juan Mata, we have Diego Costa, We had veteran players that understood how to play the game of football, that knew what it's like to win. Here's the problem, Rohan. When the coaches are when in this new era of this new ownership, these players don't know what it's like to win the biggest trophies. Yes, we won the Club World Cup, we won the Conference Champions League, but I'm talking about what it means to win the FA Cup, what it means to win the Premier League, what it means to get to the finals of the Champions League and lose and to get there and win. 2021, who do we have? We had Kante, we had Thiago Silva, we have Asplacleta. We had veterans in our teams. The lack of veterans is what is hurting this team from competing with Arsenal, from competing with Manchester City, from trying to compete. The reason why we only have 2 wins this month is because, yes, the games is congested, but this is where experience and veterans come into play, and we don't have that. And this is what Pochettino wants. This is what Maresca wants. But no, what did they do? What did they get? They get Jamie Gittins, 19 years old. They get Liam Delap, who this is first season in the fucking Premier League. We get Esteval. Esteval is a win. Esteval is a win. But who else are we getting? We have to get Semenyo. I wanted us to get Semenyo because at least Garnacho and Gittins can learn under Semenyo. That's what I wanted. I wanted I wanted Semenyo because Gittins and Garnacho could learn under him, bro. These are young players who have no veterans to lead them. Yes, Semenyo is so good. But here's the thing, Garnacho and Gittins can learn under him. Semenyo, 27, Semenyo's like what, 25, 26? He's a veteran already, bro. Garnacho can learn under him, bro. How to dribble, how to shoot at the far post, how to shoot at the near post, how to pass out. You know why they backed out, right? Semenyo was not going for that cheap wages. Bro, I was one of the people, JFC, I was one of the people that said that we should not let Jackson leave. I was one of the people that said it. I said JFC, I said it, but I was saying this. I was saying this on Twitter. I said, bro, Jackson should not leave. Let him compete for the striking position. Let him compete with the lap. I didn't want Jackson to leave. Yes, bro, man, Jackson can't even, bro. I feel like he doesn't even know how to finish inside of his girl, bro. We can all agree on that. Jackson wasted so many chances. If you tell him to nut in his girl, he's not gonna know. He's gonna nut on top of his girl, bro. He's not gonna know how to nut inside his girl. That's how bad he was in scoring. But he could dribble. He's gonna give you pressing. He could take the ball from the middle of the pitch and dribble the ball to the opposition box. Liam Delap can't do that. He can press tirelessly. Liam Delap cannot do that. Mentorship is very important in football. Mentorship matters a lot. Mentorship matters a lot. Thoughts on Emega, the player? You talking about the player? Emega he's young. You talking about this guy, Captain of Strasbourg? He's young too, though. How old is he? He's 22. He is nice. He is very solid. Yes, Ryan, he is very solid. Do not get me wrong. He's a very nice guy. He's very solid. He's 22, and I'm actually excited about him. you know. Hopefully he can help us in that wing position as well. Because we are severely lacking in that left winger in terms of goal scoring. Ganacho's been decent, but here's the thing. He's not experienced. He's not experienced. He's just 1 year older than Ganacho or 2 years older than Ganacho. Not experienced enough. He's 22 years old. Yes, he's captain of Strasbourg, but that's it. I'm excited for him to show up. I'm excited for this Emmanuel kid to show up. He can play both wing and striker. He can play both wing and striker. Yes, he can be a striker. He can be a striker and he can be a left winger. That's it's kind of like Nico Jackson when Jackson was actually a left winger, but then was moved into being an out and out striker. It's the same thing with this guy. Emmanuel Mega can be a left winger and also play in the striker role. The same way João Pedro is actually a number 10. That's what I heard too. But news is saying he's coming summer. I don't know why. I mean, this is what Google is saying. I think he's coming this month. Hopefully he does. I want him to come this month. He could play as a left wing. He could play as a number 9. You know, the same way João Pedro plays has a is a number 10, but then you oftentimes you see him playing as a number 9 position. But here's the thing. Is it a huge it is he gonna bring such a big change, a big impact? Because offensively, attacking wise, we are shit right now. Attacking wise, we are not playing good football, bro. Did you guys watch that game against Bournemouth where we drew 2-2? Second half, we had chances to beat them 4-2. We dominated in terms of like ball in the opposition box, in terms of ball possession in the second half. We dominated, bro. First half, I think it was 50-50. Second half, we dominated. We could have beat that Bournemouth 4-2. But this is the problem. We're not scoring goals. I've always said this. Sometimes, yeah, our forwards cannot finish for shit, bro. They cannot finish a plate. They cannot finish a dinner, bro. They cannot finish in a girl. I'm telling you, bro. Our forwards, our attackers are not playing good football. They are not taking any chances, bro. And the long throws, how is it that we conceded 2 goals due to long throws against Bournemouth? We conceded 2 goals against Bournemouth. Long throw has always been one of our biggest weaknesses this whole season. So I'm not even surprised that we conceded those goals. But this season, we knew that our defense was going to be weak, Wuhan. We knew that. We knew our defense was going to be weak this season. So what were we expecting? We were expecting our forwards to score double the goals. For every goal we concede, we score double. We concede 1 goal, we score 2 goals. We concede 2 goals, we score 4 goals. That's how it was supposed to be this season. It was supposed to be like this season. But what did we expect? Been bullshit, bro. This whole season has been bullshit. I wanted to say, um, what was I want to say? I want to see what Matthias had to say, y'all. Bro, you watching the games at 3 a.m. Yo, Wuhan, I'm waking up at 7:30 a.m. in the United States. I'm waking up at 7 o'clock in the United States, bro. I am half awake, bro. I am half awake watching this game, and I have to watch such a shit show performance, man. That is tough for you, bro. You in India at 3 a.m. and you have to watch Chelsea disappoint you. I mean, I feel sorry for you. At least I'm waking up at 7 a.m. You have to stay up at 3 a.m. So shout out to you, bro. You are a loyal Chelsea fan, bro. Shout out to you. You are a loyal Chelsea fan, man. I'm gonna make you a mod, man. Thanks for tuning in, bro. Right, man. Hey JFC, you still here? I wanna make you a mod too. Let me know if you're still here, bro. Are you a mod, Rohan? Can you tell if you're a mod? Okay, should be a mod. I'm kinda new to this YouTube game, you know. But thank you guys for watching, bro. I appreciate that. Um I wanted to see what Matisse has to say. So you guys know who Matisse is. It's always hard to find his name. Let's see what he
1 year
has to
from now.
say, y'all. I feel like Matisse is gonna be so depressed in what he's saying. Let's see what's going on. Yeah, look.
Oh my God,
Well,
I can't.
it's fine for you to miss that Lincoln City match, but who cares? I have only missed the Lincoln City match. Almost lost that as well. Yeah, I agree with that game, but like that shouldn't be a game that you have to stay up to watch. If I'm going to be honest with you, that's not a game you should have to stay up and watch. But the fact that we almost lost that match as well shows that even against Cardiff, right? Like I shouldn't have to watch a game against Cardiff City, but yet Cardiff City almost took us to penalties, bro. We almost went to penalties against Cardiff City. That should not be the case at all. Should
Be
not be the
doing this
case at all.
anymore. I can't be doing this anymore. It's the 1st of January
Happy New Year,
2026.
Brian, by the way.
Immediate reaction.
Happy New Year,
Breaking
brother.
news. Enzo Maresca and Chelsea have parted ways, according to Fabrizio Romano. There's only one stance I can take, and that is Blueco out. You've literally left me no other position to take. You've literally left me. I have no words. I have no words for this. I have no word. I can't even get the words out of my mouth for what you have done today. You have sacked.
Yo, imagine we all saying Happy New Year to each other as Chelsea fans, and the first thing that we wake up is realizing that one of the best coaches in the league just parted ways with Chelsea. Like, is that a good omen or a bad omen? Like, you guys tell me. How is it that this is the first day of the year and our coach, got fired? Come on, we all know what it is, bro. He got sacked. It's as simple as that. Either he resigned or he got sacked, bro. Like they're just being PC with it. They're just being professional, parted ways. We're saying Happy New Year to each other, and yet this is what we have to wake up to as Chelsea fan. Happy New Year to y'all, everyone. But imagine as Chelsea fan, we wake up. Yep, you're right. It's not a Happy New Year. It's just a new year. Sad New Year, y'all. This is a sad New Year. That's what this is.
Your own yes man until he couldn't yes any longer. You have literally hired the man that was meant to make this project make sense.
Yep.
Possession-based manager who's going to head coach his way with all of your players and talents and signings that you consistently keep bringing in under your model, under your restrictive
Facts.
policies, and you have even fallen out with him, Egbali. It's an absolute disgrace, Egbali. A disgrace. I want you to disappear. I want you to vanish. I want you out. I couldn't want you out any more than I already do. I hate you. Genuinely, I feel the hatred building within inside me. Clear Lake Capital, the consortium, and Blue Co, the model, the multi-club model, to bring in Liam as your next manager, Liam from Strasbourg, who is for sure not ready for this role, who is for sure a rookie, who is for sure going to be head over heels to be here. But this level of club, the magnitude, the expectation, and the standard that is meant to be.
Oh, Ruhan, what you just said right there, Enzo Maresca will achieve great things. Read it? I was saying this in the back of my head. What you just said right there is total facts right there, bro. It's facts. To add on to your point or what you just said right there, where you say he will achieve great things, here's the thing. Enzo Maresca, Enzo Maresca was learning how to be a coach with us. He was learning how to overcome adversity and obstacles as a coach with us, Chelsea. What does it mean? What does it mean to play with 10 men when a player gets sent off with a red card? What does it mean to play with a team when your best player is injured and is out for a long period of time? All these things he was learning with us. Go watch his Go watch his press conference, his post-match conference. He was always talking about how he was still learning. He was learning with us on what it means to overcome things and become a top tier manager. But here's the thing, Rand, we are not gonna benefit from that. Manchester City would benefit from that. All that lessons that he had to learn with Chelsea, he's gonna take all that lesson and he's gonna Man City fans are gonna benefit from that, not us. We don't get to benefit from all the hard work and all the obstacles and the adversities that he had to overcome. All the things that he had to overcome, he is not going. We are not going to reap the fruits of those benefits. Yes, against Arsenal with 10 men, and don't forget, he learned how to do it. He learned how to play with 10 men because of when he went 10 men against Man United. You could tell the game against Man United and the game against Arsenal was night and day because he learned from it. Against Barca, he knew how, like, he understood how to beat the highline defense. Everybody knows with Barca, bro. Barca is they're gonna concede one goal, but they'll score you 4 goals. That's how Barca is with the high line. But yet we were able to score 3 goals and we kept a clean sheet against Barca. Now, granted, Rafinha didn't play, in my opinion. Pedri what didn't play, in my opinion. But regardless, we didn't have Cole Palmer and we didn't have Levi Colwill. So what's up? Like that, what you're saying is literally yes. He outplayed Hansi Flick. He outplayed Flick. He outplayed Mikel Arteta. He beat the Highline defense and scored more ruled out goals. Remember, it could have been 6-0, but them goals was offsides. Yeah. Some of those goals was offside, and it, it wasn't even like a clear offside game. It was like just a couple shoulder, just a thin offside. Like this is the issue. Like I don't understand, like what type of like we need to know what happened behind the scenes for them to fall out like this. Because you have a good coach in your hands. Okay, you could tell him, all right, look, we're not going to break our wage structure, but we will allow you to oversee the players that you want. We will allow you to oversee the players that you need. What is it that you need? You want a center back? Sure. Like there's a way for these guys to meet in the middle. But Blue Co, Clear Lake, you have Todd Bowley, you have Ekbali, you have Waters. I think he just became the new owners of the lake. I don't know if you guys watch the NBA. The new one of the owners of Chelsea, he now owns majority of the Los Angeles Lakers. Let me show you guys who know. Majority owner of Lakers. Mark Walter, yes. This guy right here, chat. This guy right here. Don't get it twisted, y'all. Oh, you DM'd him? Oh man, but boy, you're a crazy nigga. You're a crazy nigga, but you DM'd Ekbali? Oh shit, nigga. Shout out to you, man. Shout out to you, bro. Shout out to you for that. Because I don't care to even DM. But what I'm trying to say is that there are so many leading heads in Clear Lake. This guy is one of them too. Mark Waters has a stake in Chelsea. So he too has a say. Then of course you have Ekbali, the Iranian guy. Then you have Ekbali right here. He's another guy as well. Remember, there isn't a single ownership. I think that has to be understood. Chelsea does not have a owner. That matters a lot. Chelsea does not have a single owner. I think that's something that everybody have to understand. You have Bedad Ekbali, and you have Mark Waters, and then you have Todd Bowley. Like these are guys that is clashing heads. They are clashing, bro. He only has 2%, but yet he has so much say in the managing of Chelsea Football Club. So what does that even mean? 2%, that does not matter, bro. You could have 1% of power, but if you have a position in the Chelsea Football Club, that means that he has so much influence. It's not the percentage of the stakes, it's the influence you have. Mark Walters has to the breakdown Chelsea ownership. Let's see. Chelsea FC is owned by Blueco, a consortium led by Clear Lake Capital. They have 61.5%. Todd Bowley about 12%. Partners Mark Waters and 2022, blah 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 blah. So how is it that Ekbali has 2%, but yeah, he has so much influence in this though? That's what I'm trying to understand. Why does he have so much influence in who stays and who goes? It's weird. See? Governance. Clear Lake co-founders Bedad Ekbali and Jose Feliciano are decision makers. Bowley holds veto power and shares governance responsibilities. Fucking shit show, bro. It's too many governance, man. They have to be one person to oversee Chelsea Football Club. And I want Todd Bowley to be the one to have the power. I want Todd Bowley be the one, be the leader of this, you know, Chelsea Football Club. Todd Bowley is weird to me. Like, Ekbali is
be here cannot be fulfilled with someone of his lack of experience. And I shouldn't need to say this again because we've just come from someone who was going on an upward trajectory from Leicester and has been fast-tracked into this job in Maresca and has actually managed to make it work last season and bring you your first season of Champions League qualification, bring you your first trophy and bring you your first Club World Cup. And you're still not grateful with the signings that you give. And you're still trying to make wine from water. And you're still having the audacity and the ego to have no accountability and no reflection and no repercussions for the shit that you've caused and the shit that you've done. The directors are still in a job. It's a disgrace. It tells me that you're complicit as an ownership and you don't think they're doing a bad job, which is a disgrace. You can't look at the amount of money that we put towards this team, the resources that have been
£1 billion. That is crazy, bro. £1 billion. A billy. We have spent a billy in this Chelsea Football Club, and what do we have to show for it? We were heading in the right direction with Enzo Maresca. We were heading in the right direction. All what he wanted was for him to be heard and understood. Enzo Maresca just wanted to be heard and understood. Yes, 5 to 6 players are good, Rohan, but at the same time, these 5 to 6 players that are good, have you noticed that they are up there? They are up there in the prime. They are up there in the mid 20s. So by the time those 5 to 6 players are leaving their prime, the younger guys like Garnacho, Gittins, Esteval, they are entering their prime as those 5 to 6 players are leaving their prime. Basically, the primes are overlapping. It's not leveled. It's not unleveled up with it. They're not leveled up with each other at all. That's what is going on right now. Primes are overlapping, bro. This James is up there in age. How old is Chalobah? How old are these guys? We are gonna look at the ages of Chelsea. Um, Usually I go to let's look at Chelsea. Let's look at the ages of Chelsea. I'll tell you guys what I'm talking about, right? Some of the players of the prime is not matching up. By the time one some of the 5 players in the prime are out, next group of players prime are finally next group of players are finally entering their primes. Oh, I read it. What do they mean by back on track? Bro, there is no back on track. There is no back on track. That is just PR talk, bro. That is just PR talk. Robert Sanchez is 28. Levacoa 22. Chaloba is 26. Fofana is 25. Tosin, he ain't trash anyway. Achiampong 19. Badia Shield 24. Sassi 27. Cucurella 27. Hato 19. Rhys James is 26. Caicedo is 24. Right? Enzo Fernandez is 24. Copama is 23. Dog, look at the ages of some of our best players, bro. These guys are gonna in a couple years, like Fofana, Chalobah, Sanchez, Cucurella, Rhys James, they're gonna be out of there. That's what he wanted. A center back. Bro, he was asking for a center back since the beginning of the fucking season, bro. Before the season even started. Because don't forget, Levi Colwill went down before the transfer market closed. Levi Colwill went down already. That's what people keep forgetting. Colwill went down already. Kobe went down, and then that's when he started asking for a center back. But they were like, got like 6 center backs. You got like 4 center backs, 6 defenders, bro. Why would you need another one? And even when they try to get him another one, they got him a 19-year-old Hato. What's a 19-year-old Hato gonna do, bro? What's a 19-year-old Hato in his first time in the Premier League in England, in Premier League football in the UK gonna fucking do? They got him a 19-year-old when he wanted a fucking center back, bro. It's stupid all around. I'm keep telling y'all, bro. Like they
Been
did
allocated
Enzo
and the
Maresca
lack of
dirty. That's
quality
just what
that
it
is
is.
clear, crystal
They
clear
did
when you
Enzo
watch us
Maresca
on the
dirty.
attack. In particular, some of the decisions that get made in wide areas, some of the dribbling ability and the tripping over the ball.
Yes, I know that. He's a left back. Hato is a left back, Rohan. But he was asking for a center back and they gave him a fucking 19-year-old left back. Hato hasn't played much games, has he? Hato hasn't played much games neither, bro. The last game he played was in Cardiff. And after Cardiff, before that, he didn't play for a large amount of games, and he has not played yet after the Cardiff game. Then it's just like, is a 19-year-old left back in his first season. Like, like, you can't expect much out of a 19-year-old in his debuts, in his first season in the Premier League. He wanted a center back, but he didn't just want any center back, bro. Yes, exactly. Hato hasn't played that many games. Like we're saying, forget about starting. He hasn't even come on the bench. He hasn't even been subbed in the game for so many games. Like that's like, and the thing is like Enzo Maresca want a center back that could play with the ball in his feet while also giving you that defensive structure that he wants, right? But he doesn't want a young teenager. He wants a 26-year-old can be well experienced. A 26-year-old experienced center back. That was what he wanted. He didn't get it.
All that we see, the heading ability that we saw from the lap, from that cross, and you look at the quality that you brought in, that you signed for astronomical amount of money, and there is no accountability, no repercussions, no sackings, no nothing. You just want to play the blame game and brief and tell everybody that the manager is the worst man in the world. He wants to write a book. I couldn't give two shits if he wants to write a book. He should do a Netflix documentary on this shit. That's what he should do. He should do a 90-minute interview. He should go and sit there and speak it all. Speak it all. I want to know exactly what it's like. The micromanaging, walking into the dressing room after games, thinking that you can step into that room and have any sort of say-so on what is done in there when you don't have an absolute inkling of how football works. And it is so obvious to everyone that you don't. You sign 8, 9 players every single summer. Sell 8, 9 players every single summer. 6 months later, players are no longer relevant to the players that came in. 6 months later, they're not relevant. You're looking to loan or you're looking to sell, or their position and their minutes are not clear. They're not understanding and comprehending their role in the side. You want the manager to rotate. That's what's coming out. You want the manager to rotate heavily. This is part of your model. But the quality in behind the starting 11, the 6, 7, 8 key players that we have is not there to rotate. So the drop-off in quality is clear. The individual errors, the ill discipline, the red cards, all comes from immaturity. All comes from a lack of balance in terms of recruiting in this team. In terms of intangibles, which you have to sometimes get from players that have been there and done it. But you don't seem to understand that. You seem to think that you could just pluck out any player that has a bit of talent, in your opinion, which is skeptical from what I've seen some of these guys that have come in, and it's just going to be plug and play. And they're just going to understand the system and understand each other, and chemistry and cohesion is just going to come out of the sky. It doesn't work like that. It does not work like that. The only way you can heavily rotate a team, potentially as a Pep and a Man City have done previously, is if you've got an abundance of quality backing up the quality. We do not have quality backing up the quality. So therefore, we have to stick to 13, 14, 15 players, which we cannot do because 3 or 2 of those heavily injury-prone players needed to be managed and needed to be looked after. And the people coming in after that were never going to be on that level. And we were also coming off the Club World Cup. And we were also playing in 4 competitions with some of the crap that you recruited in. And none of them have come in so far and taken us to the next level. And that's damning. That's an indictment of what you've done, how you've recruited, how you've instructed your directors to recruit. But you have no shame. You have no shame to actually look in the mirror and say, hey ho, this is my fault. And that's what I loved about Maresca. Even though he pissed me off sometimes with his inverted fullbacks and his fullbacks drifting into 10 positions.
Yes, like, I do want to say this, like, Enzo Maresca has his own fault as well. That is something that also has to be established. Enzo Maresca has his own thing that he has to out. He was not a perfect manager. He has things that you could criticize about. The way he set up his formation, the way he set up his team, where he put his players at, where he put Malo Gusto in the midfield, try to invert, try to put a right winger on the left wing, try to put a left winger and only play on the left wing, on the right wing, try to put a player on the number 10, try to put a player on the number 9. Like, there were certain things that I look at and I say that Maresca has things that I criticize. Maresca has a lot of fault in. There was a lot of things wrong that would just have you scratching you, leaving yourself scratch mark or Pep last season. A lot of things that was just like, what are you doing, God? And you're overthinking. There was times when Enzo Maresca was overthinking. It was just hurting himself and hurting the team more because he was overthinking. Hey.
In 10 positions and playing Tosin over Josh and not playing Estevan and Palmer together as much as he could have, even though maybe he was managing, their injuries and their knocks.
I wanted that as well. I wanted Estevan and Cole Palmer to play together. I wanted them to have a lot of minutes. Either Estevan is in the 10 or Kopama has the right wing, or Kopama in the 10 and Estevan in the right wing, or you know what, Estevan on the left wing was even nice. Yes, Wuhan. Hato Hato has a talent. Don't get me wrong. Hato has a talent. Hato has an amazing talent. Like, he is improving, but does he have the experience to go with his improvement issue? His improvement to go with the issue. Like, this is not about buying young players. For me, it's about buying experienced players that understand the game of football. Guys like Hato is very young, very talented. But he's a talent that you're gonna see. Enzo. Oh yeah, Enzo, yeah. Yes, Enzo was improving. Yes, I agree. Like that's what I said. Go look at his game in Manchester United and his game against Arsenal. Both games we were playing with 10 men with a red card sent off. And you could see the performance in both games was night and day. Enzo Maresca was amazing against Arsenal because he learned from his mistakes against Man United. Chelsea, bro.
And not knowing how to deal with the 10-man situation, but again, a learning curve after Manchester United, after Brighton. But then figuring it out, accountability is what Maresca had. If he had nothing else, he had accountability. When he got it wrong, he made it abundantly crystal clear in the press conferences, I should have made this substitution. I should have changed this person in the starting 11. I should have done better with 10 men. Accountability because he actually cared. Because he said, verbatim, Chelsea Football Club deserve better than they're getting currently. And how many more managers are you going to fall out with before I start to think you're the problem, as I currently do and will continue to think. You can't fail negotiations with Enrique, fail negotiations with Nagelsmann, fall out with Thomas Tuchel, fall out with Pochettino, who wanted to keep Gallagher and Chalobah, and then you're loaning him out, and then you're bringing him back 6 months later, and you're bringing in Renato Vega, and you're selling him 6 months later, and you're bringing in João Felix, and he's irrelevant 6 months later, and you're bringing in... You lot are the problem. And until you get that through your thick skulls... Bluco out. I have no problem saying Bluco out. That is how I feel now. Because this manager was meant to...
Caicedo has been one of our best players, right? But it's not helping when the attackers is not scoring the goals that is also helping Caicedo relieve pressure. Caicedo don't have to put himself in situations where he has to get a yellow or red card because the attackers are not doing enough. I've always said this, Rohan. Offense is a form of defense sometimes. Sometimes offense is a form of defense. When you are attacking so much that you are forcing your opponents, defenders to stay back, that's a way of defense. So Caicedo don't have to put himself in situations where he'll get himself yellow cards or red cards because the offense is helping so much in trying to score goals, trying to create chances, and trying to press. Offense is a form of defense. Offense sometimes is a form of defense, bro. When you are pressing, when you have a striker, when you have your wingers attacking with the ball, trying to score, it relieves the pressure of the defense. It relieves the pressure of Caicedo. It relieves the pressure of Fofana, Chalobah, Cucurella, Rhys James, Enzo Fernandez, Malo Gusto. It helps a lot, bro. But when we are not scoring that many goals, we're not scoring our chances. You know what the opposing teams are looking at? They're like, you know what? These attackers are shit. We can use our fullbacks and attack. That's why we lost to Aston Villa, chat. Chat, yeah, we control of our chances, right? You guys know that. We lost to Aston Villa because we did not convert our chances, which allowed Watkins to have the confidence to score those brace. When Aston Villa realized that we were not scoring them fucking goals, bro, they were using the fullbacks. Onana, the DM, was bombing forward. Matty Cash was moving forward. McGinn was moving forward. And that ended up hurting us.
to be the long-term manager. This manager was meant to be their head coach. That made it all make sense. Made it all work out. But it's not working out, is it? Because you've had to get rid of him. Why? Because he's been talking. Why? Because he can't.
I also want to make this clear. Yes, that game should have been won. Yes. We should have beat Aston Villa, bro. We dominated in the first half. And in 10 minutes into second half, bro. We dominated that game in the first half, bro. They had, bro, go look up the stats in the first half, bro. Shots on target for Aston Villa was 0. Expected goals, 0. Touches in the opposition box. They had like 1 touches opposition box against us. We had like 40 in the first half. We dominated, bro. Bro, that first half performance was one of the best ever, bro. That first half performance was one, bro. I said that in my review in video. That first half performance was one of the best ever, bro. I said that as well, man. I said that as well. But here's the problem. If one goal is not enough, one goal is not enough. You have to score 2 more goals. You have to finish it off. You have to put your foot on the fucking neck, bro, and you have to suck out, choke them, bro. How do you choke them? You got to get rid of that oxygen in the fucking. As long as they they have a single breath. Yes, thank you. Yes, that's what I was saying in the final third, bro. 104 passes in the final third versus 7 of Aston Villa. How the fuck did we not score 2 more goals, bro? We're not giving ourselves the cushion. We're not giving ourselves the cushion. Therefore, that hurts the defense. This, like, you are just proving my point of saying sometimes offense is the best form of defense, bro. Attacking is a form of defense. When you are attacking so much that you're scoring the goals, it takes the pressure off our defenders. Like, the lap is shit. Gittins, Ganacho is decent, but Ganacho doesn't know how to shoot at the far post. Ganacho only knows how to shoot at the near post. And so the goalie just stays at the near post. The goalie don't even have to make that extra dive to the far post because Ganacho doesn't know how to position his shooting, bro. Position his shooting. We don't take outside shots that much. We try to dribble inside the fucking box like we're fucking Eden Hazard, bro. Like there's no one on this team that is Eden Hazard or freaking Lionel Messi where you can just dribble, just glide past players and shoot inside the box. Huh. Nacho, don't even get me started on him, bro. He can't shoot. He has so many against Newcastle. You know that we could beat Newcastle too. Ganacho had so many chances, bro. He keeps trying to shoot at the fucking near post. Shoot at the far post, brother. Like, I feel like Ganacho doesn't know how to position or shoot with power, bro. Like, he doesn't know how to position his shot, bro. That's why I love watching Mbappe, bro. I love watching Mbappe because Mbappe is golden. When it comes to positioning your shot, Mbappe is so good at it, bro.
Can't do it any longer.
Ganacho can't
He might
shoot.
have came in with certain regulations and rules, but guess what? Chelsea Football Club have been forever elevating people's trophy cabinets and people's medals at home and people's standards and expectations and possibilities and futures. How many times have a player come in here, they've won a couple trophies thinking they're the big bollocks and then their life has changed? Same shit's happened to the manager. He's got a taste for winning and now he knows what that feels like. He doesn't want to let it go. And he wants certain things from you as directors to come in. Yes, every manager will always place some sort of demand on you as directors to bring them this, that, and the third to help them with this team. You're not going to get someone that just sits there, puts up and shuts up, especially when you don't take any accountability. If you were willing to take accountability and to take ownership of every single signing that you made, whether they were working out or they weren't, instead of blaming the manager constantly, blaming everybody else, then it would be fine. But you aren't taking that accountability. You aren't taking that leadership. You aren't facing the cameras. You ain't talking to the microphones, doing the press conferences. If it's working, all hail the ownership and directors.
And said, why is Gittins not starting? Bro, at least he had some flair. I know he had a slow start. At least give him a chance. Well, Garnacho has been playing better than him. That's why. Garnacho's been playing better than him. That's why he's not starting. And even when he comes into the game and he has some flair, like his decision making is poor. That's why. His decision making is poor. Sometimes he over dribbles, shoots when he's supposed to make the extra pass, makes the extra pass when he's supposed to shoot the ball. He realized that he can't get past his man. He turns around trying to pass the ball back to Cucurella. Like, bro, sometimes Cucurella gets frustrated with him, you know that? Cucurella gets frustrated with him. Cucurella be getting frustrated, but trust me, like I've been seeing him, man. But Cucurella is trying to overlap with him, but he's overlapping. He ain't just turning backwards, back to the defenders, giving the ball back to Caicedo. Like little things like that is why he's not starting. At least Ganacho is always trying to beat his man. The thing with Ganacho is that Ganacho's playing better than Jamie Gate, but he's just not scoring his he's not converting his chances. That's the problem with Ganacho. With his decision making is a little bit questionable. That's why. So is you have two left wingers who are very good, in my opinion. They have the talent to be very good, but the immaturity is what is happening. Like I said, it's the immaturity, bro. Lack of experience. Had Semenyo, Semenyo will teach them. They will learn under Semenyo of when to shoot, when to pass, when to beat your man, when to do all that things, bro. It's a matter of split second decision making. And these left wingers don't have it. That's fine. I am fine with that. Yes. Esteval has a right wing. Copama has the 10. Neto has a left wing. I'm fine with that, but Pedro Neto is not a natural left winger. His best game as a left winger was when he went up against PSG. PSG was his best game as a left wing. But but Neto always does his best as a right winger, so that's the thing. And Neto, he doesn't have the dribbling skills, but at least he has a walk rate. He can track back and play that deep. So he can track back and he has a walk rate and energy. He's just not good at beating. He doesn't beat your man the way Esteval does. I'm fine with this lineup. Yes, I am fine with this. Esteval has a right winger. Palmer has a cam. Neto has a left winger because we beat PSG when it was like this. Esteval, obviously, Esteval didn't play. Palmer was a right wing. But here's another thing that also has to be talked about with Kopama. You know that Kopama he does his best when he's a right winger drifting inside the 10. You know that, Wuhan? His best games is when he's a right winger drifting inside the 10. When Palmer plays as a 10, he doesn't have that free roaming freedom style play that he likes to do. Remember, under Pochettino, Kopama was right wing, drifting inside with his left foot, shoot it in. And sometimes he will roam into the. So Kopama, he does his best game when he's roamer, when he gets to roam around. Yes, you say yes. You play him at right wing in football manager. Exactly. Because that's where he does his best. That's his best position. That's his best style of play. That's where he does the most damage against teams. Against PSG. Go back and watch that PSG game, bro. He was a right winger. Remember, he was a right winger drifting inside. Yes, Esteval is good as a 10. Yes. Esteval can play as a 10. I want Kopama. What I want, and I think we're on the same wavelength here. Like we're thinking the same. Kopama could play as a right winger. Esteval as a number 10. Because Esteval has that shot power. Esteval has that shot power. He got that shot power right there, man. He can shoot. He can give that long range. He can dribble in to break down the defense in the middle. But what can I say? Like I feel like if we are managers, we would like this is what we want to do, and I feel like Enzo we want to do this sometimes, but I don't know why he doesn't do it. I don't know why.
Did it. A kumbaya. A kwaba. Yeah? Our shit don't stink. We're the best in the world, best in the business. Everything's going according to plan. When it's not working, it's his fault. It's her fault. It's his fault. How does that make any sense? That's not very team ethic. That's not very good team ethics, is it? There's no I in team, is there? Or is there? I don't know. I can't even spell anymore. My head's hot. I cannot take this any longer. I can't do this any longer. I can't sit here and back this project. This project is a failure. Yeah? You said give them 4 windows. It's now 7 or 8 windows. Failure. We're not looking any stronger. Failure. Some of the players that you've already signed in the attack after selling about 6 or 7, and no, I'm not doing that on purpose for the meme, Sorry. And you brought in 6 or 7, and they're all not looking like they can function and perform for this football club. Let me just go through the players that we've signed. Under Enzo Maresca, so people get a grasp for what we gave this manager, how we backed him in his first window and his second window, after winning 2 trophies.
Yes, we just mentioned that, right? He wants experienced player, bro. When do I stream Oh, thank you so much for tuning in, Wayne. When do I stream normally? Most times I try to stream doing games. Right now. I'm streaming doing AFCON games, and I'm streaming doing on the weekends. I try to do like all days. So just put your notification on, and I promise you, that we will definitely meet. It's 5 a.m. in India, man. Go ahead and get some sleep, okay? Happy New Year. I know as a Chelsea fan, it's not Happy New Year, but go out and have some fun, get some sleep, enjoy your weekend, okay, brother? Um, just put your notification on, and we'll definitely meet again. I mostly try to stream doing games. I don't stream doing this time, but this is such a big news, Chelsea fans, that I wanted to watch this. Thank you so much for tuning in, brother. Thank you so much for that with me. I do appreciate that. I promise you, yes, I do watch along. I do Chelsea games. I do Man City games. Right now, I'm doing AFCON games. I'm doing AFCON games. I do La Liga. I do Serie A. I do Chelsea games, obviously, and I do many more other games. Premier League, La Liga, Bundesliga, AFCON tournament right now. I'm doing that. I do all kinds of watch along. So just get your notification on, and I promise you, you will not regret this. And I keep saying, you just invest in me and trust me. We all going. This is just the start of a journey. It's a long journey, but I want you to understand that this will be a journey that is worth it. I promise you. This will be a journey that is worth it. Thank you so much for tuning in. Go ahead and get some sleep, all right? Sleep good, okay, brother? Appreciate you for tuning in, man. Thank you very much.
World champions, and we still don't have a front of shirt sponsor. But again, no accountability for what is going on behind the scenes in terms of, are you doing your job? You're raising ticket prices. You're selling off all sorts of madness, right? But you're not able to actually get a front of shirt sponsor, something that every club in the top 4 divisions has. And I'm sure even in the Conference League and the National North League and South League have sponsors. Even AFTV had Wash and Go for Blood Brothers, and you still don't have a front of shirt sponsor, and you have the audacity to blame anybody else for the failings at this football club. We've signed Tosin, Garnacho, Kellyman, Esteval, Gue, Drewsbury Hall, Renato Vega, Caleb Wiley, Jorgensen, Ensamino, Pedro Neto, João Felix, Mike Penders, Sancho, Delap, Esiguo, Gittins, Hato, João Pedro, Kendry Pires, Mamadou Sarr, and Buonanotte.
I stream on Twitch, Kick, Rumble, and YouTube. Basically, I'm streaming at the same time. Yes, that's how I do it. So bye. Good night, brother. All right. Thank you so much for tuning in, man. Okay. You go ahead and get some sleep, all right? Get some sleep. Don't let this Chelsea shit bother you. Like, sweet dreams, okay? And happy new year for yourself. Like, as a person, not as a Chelsea fan. Happy new year. Good night, brother. Get some sleep.
Apologies if I missed anyone. Just listen to those names and tell me how the hell we are going to win majors with these lot running the shit show that they're running. And they think this is acceptable. They think this is acceptable. The level of delusion for you to think that and tell me how the hell we are going to win majors with these lot running. Just listen to those names and tell me how the hell we are going to win majors with these lot running the shit show that they're running. and they think this is acceptable. They think this is acceptable. The level of delusion for you to think that list is acceptable. How many of those players are interchangeable with a Bournemouth player, with a Clivert, with a Tavernier, interchangeable with a Brighton player or an Everton player in Dye? It's like there is no differential between us and what we recruit sometimes and what the mid-table teams recruit. You are asking the manager to bring you Champions League football consistently and challenge for majors in the most competitive league in the world with a bunch of children as his backups to the starters that have been here since Donkey's days. Cucurella was signed under Todd Boehly. Fofana was signed under Todd Boehly. Caicedo was a £100 million midfielder. So was Enzo Fernandez when the automation rule was non-existent, and we could spread the cash out over 10 years. But you can clearly keep seeing they are only willing to invest 10 million per year into a player. Whether that is now a new locking up of the regulation of the rule, which is amortization over 5 years maximum. So whoop-de-doo, every player that we signed recently happens to be at a cutoff point of 50 to 55 million pounds, as opposed to 100 million when it was Mudryk and when it was Enzo and when it was Caicedo, when we could amortize over the 10 years, 10 million per year. You're now in a situation where you're having PSR problems. You can only bring in one when you sell one. You've already spent the billion that was mandatory to spend. This is not a sign and a showing of ambition to spend this amount of money recklessly. You had to spend it. When Roman sold you the club, it was mandatory for you to spend $1 billion within the first 10 years. You spent it. You've spent it. And we are not a Galactico team. We are not one of the best teams in the world. We cannot expand the stadium easily. You do not have ownership over the pitch. Earls Court is not going to be developed. So the only way for Chelsea to maximise on profits is to make sure they have a front of shirt sponsor, to make sure they are one of the top 2, top 3 best teams on the planet, so we can get maximum revenue coming in from not only the ground and the gate receipts, but also the sponsorships and global fandom and expansion. But you can't do that by being shit, by being mid, by being inconsistent over 38 games, by relying on the odd cup. You guys are way in over your head. You're not even grateful to the one manager that was able to bring you silverware and put you in Champions League football for the first time in your history of ownership so far. And these are the players that you give him. These are the cards that my man has been dealt. Todd Boehly, if you could find the funds to find investors, I would like to see if you were capable of running this ship differently. But until you find that money, this is a collapse. This is absolute collapse. You have to find investors that are going to partner alongside you, and you have to buy this 60% of Clear Lake Capital, whatever it is, 65%, you have to buy them out. You have to buy them out. It's the only way. Or you all have to go. I don't really give a shit which one it is, but something has to change here, because we cannot go anywhere with these lot running our club like a stock trading market. They're just buying, selling, instability, managers in, out, ego, no accountability, just a revolving door constantly of different staff, and the same people up here just keep running the show. You don't look outside of Manchester City. You don't look outside of Brighton. You don't look outside of Monaco for your players. You go into a French market, you leave with Badiashile and Desassi when Cherki is there for under the wage limit that you have before Man City get involved. Desiree Doués and all these links. Michael Elise at Crystal Palace, you get taken to court. Ekatike. You're not even getting, these directors, you're not even getting the best under 25 talents on the planet. This is the thing that you guys keep patrolling and portraying. We're getting the best under 25 talents on the planet. No, you're not. Garnacho is not one of the best under 25 talents on the planet. Liam Delap is not one of the best under 25 talents on the planet. Nor is Gittins, who didn't even have a breakout season at Dortmund. Had half a season, system changed, irrelevancy, not a golden boy, not a top goal scorer. not a Haaland or a Sancho, but this is the best talents. This is the best of the best. So you say. It's not. So you're not even doing what you set out to do to the best of your ability. It's a disgrace across the board. And it's on the board now. I'm not interested in who is managing this football club anymore. I'm not going to give this new manager stick because he's just going to come in with his tail in between his legs, nod his head, do as they say, bring his profile up. We are now a stepping stone club for managers, not just for players. If we'll see how the likes of Cole Palmer and Caicedo and these guys, how much patience they have to continue to keep being surrounded by mediocrity, the Reece James of this world, their whole careers. Like I said, people are getting older, chat. Caicedo's 25, 24, 25. Enzo's 24. Cole Palmer's 24, I think. Reece James is 26. Cucurella's 27. Sanchez is 27. Neto's 26. Tossen's 28. We are not young like that in terms of the starting 11. But when it comes to the bench, 20, 21, 19, 18. Hughes. Georges. Santoses, who I rate. Estevals, who I rate. But young. So how can you... So if you're not killing the game because your finishers like Garnacho and Delaps and Netos and Gittins and they're not clinical. João Pedro's, they're not taking shots. And then you get to the 60th minute and everyone's fit. And the manager's in-game management just needs to be on point, guys. And he's bringing on these fucking children. And they're just sometimes going to make the impact and sometimes they're not. That is not how you build consistency. That is not how you build a winning mentality. And it spreads like a disease across the team. Heads start to drop. Cole Palmer on transition. Passes aren't getting perfectly weighted. Heads start to drop. People start to lose patience and faith because they want to win. But they're surrounded by losers or people that aren't ready to win because they're children or they're incomplete. They're still developing. This is not going to work. I'm telling you verbatim now. I'm sorry. After you've just not even been able to stick with your manager, this is not going to work. So heads aren't rolling, but they should be. And I'm done. I am done. And I wish Maresca all the very best. I hope he goes to Man City after Pep or wherever he goes. I hope he kills it. If Enzo Fernandez needs to leave at the end of the season, I hope he leaves. I hope he gets trophies. I hope. Whoever leaves this football club, I really do wish you the very best because what is going on in here is...
Enzo Fernandez is about to be on the 6.
is ridiculous. Falling out with Tuchel, world-class manager. Falling out with Pochettino, meant to be someone that could develop the youth, has done so at Southampton and Tottenham. Still falling out with him because you don't want to let him have any say on who he's keeping to build around in terms of the Chalobahs and Gallaghers. Whether you disagree or not, you've fallen out with him. You've now fallen out with Maresca. I'm done. I'm a loss for words. You fall out with everyone. So I fall out with you. I'm sorry. I do not believe in this shit any longer. I didn't believe in the recruitment before with the directors, but I just wanted an elite director. But these guys are not signing or bringing in an elite director. So now I'm done with them as well. If you're not going to sack these directors, you're not going to step away, leave your ego at the door and walk away from footballing activities that don't concern you, and you can't even pump much more money in because you've already splashed it all. So it is a buy-to-sell situation, which we already know, due to UEFA restrictions. At the very least, if you can't now make sure that you get an elite-level director who is not going to squander and waste any more money, whether or not that's on purpose, well, I guess it must be, because you guys are happy, right? So it must be on purpose. It must be on purpose that we keep wasting money because we want to buy B, C tier grade talents that we can sell in the future. We're not interested in bringing in the best of the best anymore. Maybe because the wage cap. I don't know. I'm not in the negotiations. All I know is that it's wraps. Finito. We're going into Man City with Willy Caballero in goal. Oh no, in the dugout, yeah? And we're fifth. And God knows where we'll finish. But I don't care where we finish. I'm not interested if we finish 4th, 5th, 6th. It's just Champions League football at the end of the day. We should be thinking about winning majors, winning trophies, Kings of London, Pride of London, world champions. Too much smoke has been blown up their ass for that Club World Cup. Look at the league. Look at consecutively the league finishes. Look at the Champions League. What are you going to do? Are you going to do any damage? With 7 defeats at Wembley on the trot. We're staring at irrelevancy, lads and lassies. We're staring it in the face. And these people are culpable and they're complicit. So we're done here. Let me know your thoughts in the comments down below. In a bit, people. Peace.
That was Matisse, yo. That was Matt's opinion or not. He was ranting. Brother was ranting, man. What do you expect? Crazy thing. Let's look at his. Now that he's a manager of Strasbourg. He said, we're trying to get to know guys. Me personally, like, I feel like get to know more about who this guy is. As a Chelsea fan, I want to know who he is and what his. This interview was 2 months ago, so let's see.
Ayoake Molera here, and welcome to the Athletic FC. After 8 games, RC Strasbourg are third in Ligue 1, 2 points behind league leaders Marseille, and just 1 point behind European champions PSG. Today, we're bringing you a special episode, sitting down with
2 months ago, 2 months ago, Strasbourg was third in Ligue 1. So what should be talked about now is the 7th currently speaking. Right? We are speaking. Strasbourg is 7th. 3 losses in 5 games. 3 losses in 5 games.
the man at the helm, current Strasbourg head coach Liam Rossigna. Alongside me today, we've also got Carl Anker as well. We'll be discussing RC Strasbourg's incredible start to the season, his managing style, working in a multi-club ownership model, and also the importance of representation and role models. Well, time to welcome our special guest onto the podcast, RC Strasbourg head coach Liam Rossigna. Thank you so much for joining us today, sir. How you doing, man?
Yeah, really good. It's nice to be on with you guys. I hope we have a nice conversation, enjoy it, and see what happens. But no, everything's really good. Thanks for having me on.
Well, you're working with 2 of the best in the business here, me and Carl Anker, so you're in safe hands.
Most humble as well.
Right, do you know what? At the time of recording, you've firstly got a conference match ahead of you, and also you've got a big clash with Lyon away on Sunday. But I want to start a bit further back. I want to start at the thrilling 3-3 draw at Parc des Princes. I mean, 3-3 against Paris Saint-Germain. Incredible stuff. You guys came astonishingly close to your first away win at PSG. Firstly, I know you didn't win it, but you must be so proud of the boys.
Yeah, I think in football, it's one of those sports where you can play really, really well and you don't always win. You can play really badly and you can win, and you can play really well and you can lose. The way I gauge my team is always on performance, and in terms of our performance and our bravery and the players' engagement, enthusiasm, and energy, as a manager, you can't ask for any more. So even if we'd lost the game, the way that the players conducted themselves and the way that they wanted us to play, no, I was so proud. It was one of the proudest moments of my career. But hopefully there's many more to come as well.
I watched the extended highlights of that game, your second goal in particular. So you go a goal down, you go 3-1 up, and it ends in a draw. But your second goal in particular comes about from you pressing really, really high up the field. You sort of nick the ball off Desiree Doué, and then it's a really cool finish. Sort of, how do you encourage your football team to press really, really high up against the PSG side that many clubs just decide to drop deep and stay compact?
Yeah, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to play football. But for me,
Guy knows how to talk. Don't lie. Very professional. Even though he's just still been going by. I just want to make sure for the watching this interview 2 months ago. 2 months ago, Strasbourg was currently speaking, seventh in the league, 3 losses, 5 games. Now, I do want to make this clear. Likes his guys to higher up the, and I also loved how he said there's no such thing as football. There's only a wrong and right tactics in football if you win or lose. That's just how it is in the game of football. And I love that he said that right there. So he loves his forwards, his wingers, attackers to press up high up the pitch. He likes his players to press high up the pitch. But here's the thing: do we have the players for that? Because our best presser last season was Nick Jackson, home Germany, right? Alone in Germany. So let's see. Let's see if you um feel what he got.
I always want to be in a
and then it's a really cool finish. Sort of, how do you encourage your football team to press really, really high up against the PSG side that many clubs just decide to drop deep and stay compact?
Yeah, I don't think there's a right or wrong way to play football. But for me, I always want to be in a team. When I played football, I always wanted to be in a team that was in the dominant team, that enjoyed playing, that could express themselves. You can dominate the game in many ways. To have the ball is great, but you can dominate space and territory. And one of the biggest things from my career, I worked really hard as a young boy to be a professional footballer, to play at stages like the Parc des Princes or Old Trafford or Stamford Bridge or Anfield. And when I was playing for maybe the lesser teams in the Premier League, my life's work was to play. And then we turn up and then I wouldn't touch the ball for 90 minutes and I come off the pitch and I'd have a feeling of maybe I could have done more. But I wasn't able to because of the tactical restrictions that were placed upon us. Now, for me, when I coach a team, I want my team to enjoy what they do. I want them to feel like they are children, because that's where your enthusiasm for football comes from. You know, you have to love the game to make it. And normally to love the game, you have to express yourself with the ball. So pressing is an extension of that. Pressing is trying to get the ball back as quickly as possible and to play with energy. And that's just the way I like to play football. And sometimes it works and sometimes it doesn't. But I always want to see.
Wow, that's a beautiful thing right there, bro. Wants his players to enjoy the tactic, enjoy the like choose they love for football. Like love for up there. Basically, he trying to encourage players want to enjoy the system, tactics, the philosophy, style, wants them to enjoy it. And I think that's very, very important for players. If you look at Man United right now, you could tell the way the way they played out. Because when Ruben Amorim played back four, you see how good. You just wonder like how like there's always this because they're playing a system. It's not about the system. It's about how the players want to be bought. If the players are willing to be bought into, enjoy playing that. That's what was.
My team play with an enthusiasm and a joy for the game.
How do you not get into your head so much when you're playing someone like Luis Enrique? We talk about him being a tactical genius. We talk about him being a Champions League winner. See all the stuff he's done at Barcelona. How do you maintain your level as well and go, actually, this is our game. This is how I want us to play, and translate that to your players as well?
I don't think about it. Obviously, Luis Enrique is an incredible player. He was one of my heroes as a player. He could play every position on the pitch. And as a coach, seeing it from here last year, what he did with that team, how together they are in every aspect of the game, how hard they run, how intense they are. An incredible manager. But I think if you start thinking about all of the outside, or as Luis Enrique or as Paris Saint-Germain, you're not doing your job properly. So my focus is on my team.
How am I sounding? Am I sounding okay? Can you hear me now? Let me know if I'm sounding okay, Finest. Okay, all right, good. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Welcome, by the way. Thank you. Um, I don't know how long you've been watching Finest Football, but this is a interview that I don't know if you're a Chelsea fan, but this is an interview that the new coach after Enzo Maresca will be coming in. This new coach. Oh shit. Sorry. This is a new coach that's coming in right now, and this is an interview that he did 2 months ago, to- talking about him being coach of Strasbourg and Lyon in the French league. And right now, just talking about his tactic, talking about how he want his players to try to enjoy the system that he wants to implement. And obviously, this is the guy that's coming in for Chelsea right now. And we're just trying to have a gauge on, what type of coach is he? So far in this interview, he likes his players to press high up the pitch. I don't know if you're a Chelsea fan, if you think we have the players for that. Do you think we have the players for that? You think we have the strikers and the wingers to press up high up the pitch? No, I don't know. But let's say this is just him talking.
Focuses on analysing with
I'll
my
take it
style.
back
League
again.
winner, see all the stuff he's done at Barcelona. How do you maintain your level as well and go, actually, this is our game, this is how I want us to play, and translate that to your players as well?
I don't think about it. Obviously, Luis Enrique is an incredible player. He was one of my heroes as a player. He could play every position on the pitch, and as a coach, seeing it from here last year, what he did with that team.
At all. He's not, yes, I agree with you, Finance Football. He is not he is not an upgrade. He's a yes man. But he's the coach of Strasbourg, that's the sister club of Chelsea owners. Blue Co owns that club as well. So he's just a yes man. The moment Enzo Maresca was fine being a puppet until he realized that being a puppet is not the way for him and his team to go forward. When he finally grew with some spine, they decided to sack him. Let's be honest, he was sacked. They told him, like, yes, the news is gonna say they parted ways, but let's be honest, he resigned or they sacked him because he realized that, bro, like, you're not gonna give me what I want. Of hell yeah, they're there to make money. The wage structure is not helping us, right? They have no they implement the wage structure because they realize that they're not gonna make money from the stadium. Because remember, don't forget, Stamford Bridge has a capacity of about 40,000 people. That's not enough money for them. Bluco just need to leave. I agree, they have to leave. But it's multiple issues going on right now. We have so many owners, right? The problem is, in years past, Roman Abramovich was no one could stand up to him. He was the numero uno. He was number one, numero uno, number one. What he says goes. Thank you, Jordan. Thank you, Jordan Chelsea. But right now, at this moment, right now, yeah, bro, you can't do it. There's only one thing that you can do as a Chelsea fan, and that's for Chelsea fans in London to stay their ass home. That's the only thing they can do. Hey, big up to you, Jordan Chelsea. Shout out to you as well, brother. Thank you for the, the big ups. Appreciate that. Chelsea Blue Coat just wants a yes man. This is the yes man now. So I know that some of us we're not familiar with this guy. So I'm just hoping that people can just watch this guy and try to understand what this guy playing style is. So this is just an interview he made 2 months ago. So I just want to say this again for the new people coming in. Oh, you're in Australia? Oh, I'm in the United States, man. So we're both in the same boat. I'm in the United States, brother. So we are both in the same boat. There's nothing we can do. The only thing we can do is just try to encourage fans in London, stay their ass home. Don't buy ticket. Don't show up to the games. That's the only way that you are gonna hurt Blue Coat. You want to hurt Blue Coat, you got to hurt the pocket. You got to hurt the money making machine. That's how you force them to listen. That wage structure has to go because you're not gonna get a world class, all world talent, experienced players, bro. It's not gonna work. That wage structure. Look at Semenyo. We had a chance to get Semenyo. Why do you think Semenyo said no to us? He doesn't want 130,000 a week wages. He doesn't want that bullshit. He wants close to 200. You're good, finance. You're good, but no, you're good, man. You could keep playing some FIFA, brother. You're good, man. Keep playing some FIFA. By the way, you still playing FIFA? Is it like is it FC 2025 or FC 2026? Because I had FIFA hasn't been that good lately.
How together they are in every aspect of the game, how hard they run, how intense they are. An incredible manager. But I think if you start thinking about all of the outside, or as Luis Enrique or as Paris Saint-Germain, you're not doing your job properly. So my focus is on my team. My focus is on analysing with my staff the opposition the best that we can, trying to make my team the best we can be. I don't really think about the outside noise or anything. I'm just focused on what's happening with my team.
To talk about your team just a little bit, right now you've got a striker who's got 7 goals in 8 games, Joaquin Panichelli. I hope I've got that name correct.
Chelsea Blues, shout out to you as well, man. Jordan Chelsea till I die. He said is another yes man because Blue Coat doesn't realize we're going to have Liam. It's going to be the same story all over and over again. 50 on this manager. I am as well. I am 50-50 on this manager. And I think we can all collectively agree that this is another yes man in this channel. He's a yes man. But here's the thing. Here's the thing that matters though. How long do you think this guy's gonna be yes man until he realizes that he too wants to be a winning manager? Enzo Maresca came into this team agreeing that he was gonna be a puppet. But when he had a taste of what it was like to win, he had a taste of what it was like to win the Club World Cup, what it was like to celebrate the UEFA Conference League. And then when Levi Colwill went down, he went to the board. Yo, I need a center back. They gave him a 19-year-old left back, Hato. So this Liam guy is gonna be a puppet, but I promise you, Jordan, is maybe 6 months or maybe a year, if it's still a Chelsea manager a year into this game, he's too is gonna want to be a winning manager, bro. It's inevitable. No manager can stay a puppet for so long. That is facts. Because your resume fucking matters in this. No manager will want to stay a puppet. Pochettino didn't stay a puppet. Enzo Maresca didn't stay a puppet. Thomas Tuchel didn't stay a puppet. Managers don't want to be a puppet. For now, they will be because this is the opportunity to build up on their resume. But Chelsea Blue, I understand. Yeah, you do have a point. I'm not going to deny what you said, but I think you're making a wrong example right there because Ma- how is it that he has to earn the boss trust when Maresca has won more than Arteta? Explain that to me, and take your time. Explain that to me. Like, don't rush and try and explain to me. Like, you take your time. No rush at all, brother. No rush at all. The thing is, Chelsea Blue, Arteta Maresca did go to the board. He had leverage. He won the Club World Cup. He won the UEFA Conference League. And I know, yes, it's not those trophies are not on the same level as the Premier League. They're not on the same level as the Champions League. They might not even be on the same level as the FA Cup, but you won two. You won two European and global trophies. In their own way, they are prestigious. So he had the leverage to go to Chelsea board and tell them what he wanted. And when he told him that he wanted a center back because Levi Colwill is hurt, what did they do? They give him a 19-year-old left back. How are you going to win with a 19-year-old left back? Are you playing 26? But I'm playing 25 because I'm just mods. I'm on P. Yeah, you know what? And finance football. Don't make me hop back into FC 25, man. I'll whoop your ass, boy. What are we talking about, man? Like Ultimate Team? Like what are we talking about, bro? Although you gotta make me warm back up, finance football. Don't make me hop back into this FIFA game, bro. Come on, man. I'm a beast when it comes to that, brother. I will whoop your ass, man. You're gonna go from Sydney to Melbourne and you're gonna find your way into the United States, bro. It doesn't matter where you are in Australia, bro. With this FIFA game, shit. Although it's been 5 years since I played FIFA, I ain't gonna hold you. It's been 5 years since I played FIFA. But your dream is Moreno. Yes, yes, Chelsea Blue. You're making very good points. I completely agree with you. Enzo Maresca has his own fault. I agree with you. Enzo Maresca is not blameless. He has some blame that he deserves, right? He's playing players out of position. He's taking our right back and is inverting them, playing into the midfield. He's playing a right winger to the left wing, playing a left winger into the number 9 position. He has your number 6 playing as your number 10. Like Enzo Maresco has been very poor this month in December. I agree with you, Chelsea Blue. You're not wrong at all. He is not blameless. He has a lot of blame that he deserves as well. And I spoke about this earlier in the stream where I said that the issue with Maresco was at the same time we gave him grace because he was learning, right? That's the reason why the Chelsea fans are not going to be so hard on him, or because we understand that he's learning. He admits that he's learning. Look at the game against Manchester United versus Arsenal where he had the red card. You as a Chelsea fan, you could tell that it was night and day. The performance was different, despite being a man down in both games against Arsenal and Man United. Like they are just different. The performance was just night and day. We played better with 10 men against Arsenal than we did against Brighton, than we did against Man United. Yes, Jordan. Yes, yeah. I know what you meant to say. We are not winning with blue coat. I agree with you. We're not winning with blue coat. The wage structure is not helping. It's stopped. Like the wage structure is literally it's a profit model. It's meant to profit players to sell them, to flip them and sell them on a high. Because with lower wages, other teams are able to buy them just as quick, just as easily, and just as much as they want. Exactly. Exactly, Chelsea Blue. Right? Chelsea Blue said the problem is Maresca overcomplicated the football a little and became confusing. He's a good coach, just lacking experience. This is his first big club. Coaching, the pressure is different. I completely agree with you. He overcomplicated his football. He was overthinking. There was winnable games in the month of December, but we lost them because he was overthinking. Do y'all remember in the Atalanta game in the Champions League, Chelsea and Jordan? You guys remember when he moved Gittins to the right wing? Do y'all remember that? In the must-win Champions League game, he moved Gittins to the right wing. So Gittins at his natural position is not performing, and you decide to move him to the right wing, and you think he's gonna perform better, or he's gonna at least perform as good as he can in the left wing. Like what? Do y'all remember when he brought Malo Gusto in and he moved Gusto into the midfield? What the fuck is Malo Gusto doing in the fucking midfield, bro? This guy has 2 goals in his senior career. 2 fucking goals. Malo Gusto has scored 2 goals in his entire career. And this season was the first time he scored those 2 goals. In his senior career, he has 2 goals. And you expect him to score one against Atalanta? Is like you're right. He's overcomplicating things. He's overthinking. He's just like Pep, but Pep gets leeway because Pep has won so much. So Pep Guardiola gets leeway with his overthinking. But Enzo, you're overthinking when you don't have enough resume or enough leverage to be like, okay, you know what? I'm gonna do this. I'm gonna tinker with this. I'm gonna move Chalobah into a right back. Trevor Chalobah into a right back. I'm gonna move Hato into the center back. I'm gonna put Tosin and Badio Shield as my center backs. The one good change he's done that really been that I applaud was Rhys James in the midfield. So Rhys James is Rhys James. Rhys James in the youth academy was a winger or a striker. So Rhys James is an all-around talent that could play anywhere in the pitch. He could play as a midfield. He could play as a 10. Not winger because he was injury prone. Enzo Maresca was overthinking. Well, Rhys James performs. So Jordan Chelsea, you said the main thing is Rhys James is not midfield. He's a right back. I agree. And putting Gusto in the midfield, that's all about. Because we missed Caicedo the one game, and the Sugo was up with him. He should be back. But the thing is, though, Rhys James has performed better than Gusto. Rhys James performs better than Malo Gusto in the midfield. So why are you trying to put Gusto in the midfield and then Rhys James in the right back? When Rhys James has the better experience and has achieved more experience, more IQ. Because you have to understand, the IQ of a right back is slightly different than the IQ of a midfielder, bro. It's 2 different IQs that is needed to play in those positions. Maresca reminds me of a brother who got his first baddie and feels his head not knowing the baddie put on place you. That is facts right there, bro. That is facts. He got his first baddie. But here's the thing, though. But here's what I would say, Chelsea Blue. Maresca is now that guy that has the experience of messing around with the baddie. So now he knows how to handle the next baddie that comes his way. So when Man City comes calling for him, or Enzo Maresca goes to a next big team, guess what? He's gonna know how to navigate around that baddie. He's gonna know how to make that baddie understand that, hey, I am the fucking prize. But like I said, Enzo Maresca is not blameless. So I do want to watch this video real quick, guys. This video is the new candidate, Liam. Might be the new coach, and it's just an interview he did.
So he's just arrived in France. This is his first season, and he's already hit the ground running. When you get a player like that, what's the sort of approach from your coaching team to make sure he can hit the ground running?
That's a great question. I would say 90% of it is down to the player. In terms of Joaquin, his mentality. I remember my first conversation with him, and he'll laugh because within 10 seconds of speaking to him, I messaged the head of recruitment while I was on the call with him saying, "You need to sign this kid. I love him." Just how his mentality is top, and he would fit right into what we want to do. How we integrate our players.
Chelsea Blue said, always remember, Palmer saved his Chelsea career in both finals. That's a fact, bro. And how did Palmer save his career, right? By playing as a right winger, drifting into number 10, drifted in. That's how he became great. That's how Cole Palmer was able to save Chelsea and saved his career. Enzo Maresca had a chance to take those two trophies and leverage and go to the board and let them know, hey, I won these two trophies, therefore I deserve a say in who I want. I want this guy. I want that guy. I gave you two trophies. If you guys want me to win the Premier League or the Champions League, then let me have these players. I want these guys. That's what the Liverpool coach did. When Liverpool coach Ancelotti won the Premier League, he had the leverage of asking them who he wanted. Yep. And so like Ancelotti got Ekatike. He got Florian Wirtz. He had what was the other nigga's name? Oh, he had Free Pong. I don't know if he wanted Isak. He had Kirkers. Jordan Chelsea said Maresca was putting Chalobah in the right back. Didn't work, and now Chelsea fans were pissed off. Maresca quote last season, I love Josh Achampong and never used him since this season. Achampong actually is better as a right back than Chalobah. I agree with you, Jordan Chelsea. I don't know why the thought came through his head to play Chalobah as a right back. Why? Why are you playing Chalobah as a right back? He's too tall. He doesn't have the lateral quickness. When you're a right back, you need the lateral quickness, bro. You have to run up and down. You need stamina. You need sprinting. You have to be able to sprint back and forth to accelerate. Bro, it's like Chalobah playing as a right back was just weird to me, bro. If you want to play Chalobah as a right back, do it against like in the Carabao Cup. Do it in the FA Cup against mid-level teams. Don't do it in the Premier League or in the Champions League where every game matters. You play your best starting 11 in the Premier League and the Champions League. Don't switch things around, bro. Chelsea Blue, he said, bro, I'm being honest. I know we bought the lap, Gittins and Ganacho. Always remember Maresca coached two of them in his academy days, so I wanted them. The thing is, Chelsea Blue, these guys are talented. Delap, Gittins, and Ganacho, they are very talented. The problem is, by the time they reach their prime, I can name you 4 to 5 players which prime will be which like they will be getting out of their prime by the time these boys are reaching their prime. So their primes is not overlapping. By the time Gittins and Ganacho and Delap become the players that we expect them to be, guess what? Chris James will be getting out of his prime. Cucurella will be getting out of his prime. Robert Sanchez will be getting out of his prime. Caicedo will be getting out of his prime. Enzo Fernandez will be getting out of his prime. So the primes is not linking up. Go look at Chelsea team in years past, bro. Go look at the greatest teams in the 21st century. Their primes was always linked up. A lot of these players' primes were literally linked up. At least there want to be 1 or 2 exceptions who was just a couple years younger. So the age disparity between a lot of these players is against Chelsea right now. And the only position Maresca didn't get back was in center back. Yes, Honestly, Chelsea Blue, I think that's the reason why Maresca and Ekbali had a falling out. Because you remember, Levi Colwill got injured. He tore his ACL before the season started, and he wanted a center back. Remember, if you remember, we were all asking for a center back. Wanted a center. Who did we get? 19-year-old Hato. Yes, yes, Jordan Chelsea. Like I would like they like bro. The transfer window was very poor this season, bro. Let's not get it twisted, bro. The transfer window was like a 4 out of 10. I'll give it a 6 out of 10 because João Pedro came in and helped us. He played a part in sealing the game against PSG and making us win that Club World Cup. Yes. So to get back, I will get back with you, Chelsea. But Jordan, what you were saying about Garnacho getting on the lap, yes, those were not. It's not enough because these guys, three of us, like three of them have scored. They haven't scored that many goals, bro. I think Garnacho is the one who scored the most goals right now out of those three players that you just mentioned right now, Jordan. And I kept saying like our defense was going to be poor, so we have to make sure that we score double the goals we concede. If we concede 2 goals, we have to score 4 goals. We have to score at double the goals. Now, Chelsea Blue, here's what you said, right? The number one issue with Maresca was our system doesn't make clear cut chance. Coaches have a system to help the team, but are all our attackers shit? Remember, Palmer 5 goals, 2025. Yes, Cole Palmer, because Cole Palmer doesn't have that freedom that he had under Pochettino. That's why. Cole Palmer is playing as a number 10, and Cole Palmer is doing okay as a number 10, but he works best when he's as a right winger. Cole Palmer works best when he's a right winger. When Cole Palmer is on the right wing, that's when he plays his best game. Go look up against PSG, bro. Go look up his season under Pochettino and go look up his game against PSG. He's a right winger that likes to drift into the number 10. That's how he plays. That's his best style of football. So our attackers don't have the freedom to do what they have to do. But at the same time, it's still not an excuse because there were chances that our attackers had to 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 kill the game off, to seal the game off. But you think Maresca wanted the lap, Chelsea Blue? Don't forget, Maresca was singing the lap name every time we played him. Maresca wanted the lap, I'm so sure. Well, I just want Nico Jackson back. I just want Nico because he has a lot more abilities. I really don't know what the lap is good. His hold up play is never desperate. I don't know what Maresca wanted the lap for. I don't know why they let go of Nico Jackson. At least we're gonna have competition.
We always do a presentation to them about the way that we play before we sign them, so they know exactly what they're coming into. We do not just me, my staff. We do lots of one-to-one meetings with Joaquin. So in the short time he's been here, he's probably had 5 or 6 30 to 45 an hour long meetings with the staff about his position, where he needs to be on the pitch. But other than that, it's down to the players. He's a magnificent player. I'm not surprised at the start he's made, and I'm hoping it continues for him because he's a great character. He's got a great mentality. He works so hard in training. And normally when you work hard in training, it comes off for you in the game. And I was really delighted for his performance on Friday night.
He's got a phenomenal leap.
Incredible. He's a throwback. From England, we called him Jeff Horsfield or Brian McBride. He's a throwback. He's an old school centre forward. He's like an Argentinian Alan Shearer. You don't get many of those types anymore of strikers who are so good in the box. His timing.
Oh, Jordan Chelsea said Hincapié, Margay, Hudson. We was linked as center back. So do we get Hato at left back? Maresca was begging as center back. what the sporting directors they said, no, we are fine. What the sporting director said, nope, we're fine. What we got Maresco was lose options. There you go. Go. And that's exactly what I'm saying. I don't know why. Hincapié, I feel like Hincapié will be fine starting for Chelsea than bench for Arsenal. I think Hincapié will be fine with that. Had a chance to get McGahey. Now, guess what? McGahey now has better options. Now, Liverpool is coming. Madrid is coming. Other big top teams is coming from McGahey. And now McGahey gets to the side. And remember, McGahey could have gone to Liverpool, but Crystal Palace cancelled it. But now McGahey has options now. He can go to Spain. We had a chance to get Dean Houston, bro. Who was one of the best players in Bournemouth last season. Now look, he's at Madrid. Yeah, Madrid has their own issues. Madrid has a whole lot of issues going on right now. But at the very least, Dean Houston is balling in his way. Like Maresca did not get the players that he wanted. That's why he left. He finally grew a spine. He was no longer gonna be a fucking puppet. He said, fuck this puppet shit. Fuck this puppet shit, bro. I wanna win. I don't want to lose that taste of winning the Club World Cup. Some of these Chelsea owners in blue coat, they just want profits. They don't want to win. They just want profits. That's just all what it is. It's profits, babe.
On his headers are amazing. He does it all the time in training. And I think in the modern day, to have a throwback centre forward who works so hard for the team, who's brilliant in the box, who not just in terms of attacking things, but he defends set plays so well. He's brilliant in the air and he enjoys working hard. So yeah, I'm delighted to have him, and credit to my recruitment team for bringing him in.
Yeah, huge respect. Well, last season you finished 7th in Ligue 1, securing Conference League football. As we said, you're preparing for that right now with the youngest team in Europe, Europe's top 5 leagues. And to say, what are you expecting this season? You're currently 3rd in Ligue 1 as well. We're 2nd before the PSG match. I mean,
this interview was 2 months ago, by the way. So 2 months ago, Strasbourg was 3rd in the league. Right now, currently speaking, they are 7th in the league. Right? They're 7th in the league right now. 3 losses. 3 losses in 5 games. Strasbourg right now, they're on the poor form right now, but who knows, man?
this is a big season for you guys. What are you expecting from it?
I don't expect anything. That's not the way I see. I see the season. I see football. If you go in with expectations, you're positive or negative. You normally end up disappointed in some way. I don't set limits on my players. I said that from day one when I came to the club. We just work as hard as we can in the moment. You can only affect the now. You can't affect the future. So, in terms of my day to day, I try and make the day as productive as possible in terms of the training that we do, in terms of the meetings, in terms of the way the players train, our culture. Other than that, I don't think in the future at all, because it doesn't exist. Only exists when you get there. So for me, my biggest expectation is to make sure tomorrow's session is really good, to make sure our preparation for the game on Thursday is really good, and just take it step by step, but never with any limits.
That's why I'm watching this interview right now, Chester Blue, right? So you said we can get a manager who can tactically set up our team strength and can manage like Poch. Be the most dangerous team. So far, I heard Liam is a good man manager tactics. I don't know. Oh, so you think he's a good man manager? Honestly, from what I've been hearing about him, I've been hearing that he's a good tactics manager and more and less of a man manager. In modern day, I look at you're not gonna get a modern day Carlo. Think about man managers. I don't know. Modern day managers are all fixated on the modern day managers. They are fixated on their own system. Look at Hansi Flick from Barcelona, bro. How many times have football fans been saying, "Yo, that high line is too high"? The highlights is too much. Take the highline backward a bit. What about Andrew Postecoglou, bro? I was coaching Nottingham Forest. Guy tried to implement his system. He went on a 10-game losing streak. Got fired. Who else? What about Ruben Amorim, bro, from Manchester United? This guy played a back four against Newcastle, got the 3 points. Started to play a back three against Wolves and tied. Gave Wolves the first point in about 2 months. Modern day managers, they're all about the system. They're not about being just a man manager. Carlos Ancelotti is a dying breed. That's what it is. And now that guy is in South America coaching the Brazilian national team, smoking his cigars, collecting checks just for playing a game every 3 months. And he's chilling, bro. He's not gonna come back to club football. Why should he? Why would he? Yes, I agree with you, Chelsea Blue, but you're not finding that no more. You're not finding a man manager like Pochettino. And Pochettino's best strength was developing youth players. So that's why the players always loved him. You know, like guys like Pep Guardiola, they're not about developing youth players. They're about getting prime players and putting them in the system and trying to get the best out of them. So there's just a lot of like you're talking about a man manager. I agree with you, but you're not gonna find a man manager like that. And if you think this Liam guy is a good man manager, well, we have to wait and see, right? We have to see is he a good man manager in this modern football. They are less man managers. You're not gonna find a lot of man managers more like that. It's all about tactics. Huh. LDZ, Robert De Zerbi ain't going. Robert De Zerbi is going nowhere. Jordan Chelsea, you said remember the strikers' options in the transfer window. We missed out on Ivan Tony, Victor Osimhen, John Duran after the Club World Cup. We got rid of Jackson. He's never number one about Shambles. Facts. Chelsea striking is in shambles, bro. It's so crazy how we struggle as a Chelsea Football Club. We struggle so much to find a striker. How do we struggle so much to find a striker, bro? Diego Costa is the last great striker that I can remember. Can you imagine that? Can you imagine that Diego Costa is the last great striker you get that I can remember in Chelsea? Timo Werner, trash. Morata, he was trashed. Who else do we have? Kai Havertz, mid. Like, what? Chelsea Blue said that's why when you have the tactics and man management skills, modern football will be easy. Yes, modern football will be easy. Yes, but like I said once again, who you have to give a name. You gave me Audi Z, but Audi Z is not leaving Marseille. Roberto De Zerbi is not leaving Marseille, man. He's not a yes man. Audi Z is not a yes man. He's a man that will give a middle finger to Chelsea board. Yeah. Although I want LDZ from Marseille. He's third in the league right now, 4 points behind. I think 4 points behind PSG, about 5 points behind, or 5 or 6 behind Lens. But the thing is, um, Chelsea Blue. Historically, we have always struggled to have a. I mean, I remember in the beginning of the 21st century, we had Jimmy Hazelbank. We have Jimmy Hazelbank. Then we went from Didier Drogba. We have Fernando Torres, who was solid for you. We have Nicolas Anelka, who was solid. We have Shevchenko, flopped. Like we have Diego Costa. That's it. Liverpool has the remedy of in always finding a good striker. Liverpool, they are just best at finding a good. Right now, they have two great strikers, right? And we are struggling to have one. Make that make sense. We are struggling to find one striker right now. Liverpool got two. So Isak is in. I'm hoping Liam is good option, honestly. All time to charm, maybe. Well, Chelsea Blue, I don't know how long you've been a Chelsea fan, but have you noticed that every time we sack a manager, the next manager comes in and tries to win something for us? Have you noticed that? Now let's see. Cherokee, we missed out because of his attitude problem. Sporting directors, sporting directors didn't rate him. They were more interested in Ganacho. But look at the way Cherokee is playing at match. Yo, Cherokee is balling, bro. Jordan Chelsea, I agree with you. Cherokee is balling. Ryan, that that kid is balling, bro. I said like, bro, Man City is not gonna find another KD. I think they found a KDB, bro. I'm not saying that Cherokee is on the same level as KDB, but he is that guy that can achieve what KDB achieved. Like he has the talent to be up there. Like they talk about attitude problem, but Pep Guardiola is an amazing manager. Like he's managed big time players, bro. So he'll be fine in managing Chucky. Just kind of sad all around, bro. Like who missed out on Chucky who could play our number 10? Because remember, Cole Palmer is better off playing as a right winger. Same thing with Esteval. So we don't have a natural number 10. Let that sink in. Ryan Chucky could have been a number 10. You know what's funny? He would have more game playing time in Chelsea than he would have in Man City because he has to compete with Phil Foden. He has to compete with Tijani Reinders, especially for the number 10 position. In Chelsea, he won't compete with nobody for the number 10. Chelsea Blue, you said we never have Aguero, Rooney, strikers. Yes, Didier Drogba wasn't giving us that 20 goals every season minimum. But part of that was because we were a defensive team. That matters as well. Chelsea was always a defensive team, that's why. Our striker was never giving us 20 goals every. The striker we had that came close to that, Chelsea Blue, was Diego Costa. I think Diego Costa achieved 20 goals like two times. So we have never had a. We've always struggled to have a replacement for world class strikers.
To our
That was the
ambitions.
problem.
Nice, nice. But also with a young team will also come mistakes, right? I mean, everyone knows that. We've all played at some amateur level. You've played at the professional level. How do you manage that so their heads don't dip too low, you know?
I don't mind players making mistakes. I've seen old players make mistakes. It's part of football. Football is a game of mistakes. My attitude to football is if you make a mistake, it's not.
They weren't flops, Chelsea. They were Chelsea. They were trash. So they never even did like a flop is like having high expectation for them to do something. I never had that high expectation for any of those guys. Higuain, Morata, fucking what's his name? Um yeah, we never played well with those guys, bro. Fact did. I don't know what happened there. Where yeah, you mentioned a bunch of Chelsea flops, and I agree with you. They are Chelsea flops. They are mid. Basu, straight up booty.
Problem
Everything.
if the next thing you do is the right thing. I asked my goalkeeper to play out from the back 6 yards from his goal. We've conceded goals from it, but I want my goalkeeper to take the ball again. Mistakes are a part of the game, and actually mistakes are a good thing. Because if you make a mistake and then you're educated on why that happened, then it doesn't happen again. So you need mistakes to happen to improve. So if you look at football now, it's such a short-term game. You see managers leaving their job after a month in the job. You have to be quite brave, I think, as a manager to look at it as if you're accepting mistakes. But why I can be so brave here is because I'm supported so well. You know, it's a long-term project. So the people above me, Mark Keller and the guys at Blueco, they give me the time to allow my players to make mistakes, which allows me to coach authentically. So I don't feel like after 2 games, if we lose, I'm completely under pressure and we need to win the next game for me to keep my job. I think if you work in that way, you'll have long-term success in the end. And I'm really, really fortunate to have people who think the same way so I can coach the way that I want to coach.
That's why I'm watching this interview right now, Chelsea Blue. I agree with you. I have faith in the squad. I don't have faith in my attackers though. That's the only part I will disagree with you there. I don't have faith in Gittins. I don't have faith in Liam Delap. I have a little faith in Ganacho. That's it. I have little faith in Pedro. I trust in my midfielders and my defenders. I don't trust my attackers. And I'm watching this interview right now, and I hope you're watching along, or at least you don't even have to watch it. You just have to hear it. I'm gonna try and make sure this video play on for a long while because I want you to understand who this guy is. Guys, explain what type of coach he. Let's start knowing what this guy's about. What's his playing style? What is his system? What is his philosophy? That's why I want us to.
Can you talk to us a bit more about your coaching team as well? So there's been a couple of clips of you in the dressing room on social media, and you're speaking in English and you're being translated by an assistant. How is that all working?
Amazing. Khalifa, he's not just the people call him a translator. He's my assistant. I play with Khalifa for Reading, Khalifa Cisse. I've known him for 20 years. And he's been incredible, not just in terms of the language, but understanding the culture of the players that we were working with, understanding the culture of the staff, the culture of the club and the country itself. He's amazing and the players absolutely love him. They go to him with their problems. They trust him. Justin Walker, my other assistant manager, is an outstanding coach. He's what would people would call a development coach because he's worked with young players in young teams. But you can develop players if they're 18. You can develop players if they're 38. And Justin is outstanding in terms of the way that he goes about his work on the training pitch. I feel like I've got the best analyst in the world. And Ben Warner, who tactically understands exactly what I want. And our process is we have a very consistent process in the way we deliver games and the way we deliver meetings. He's integral to that. We have Sebastian Jimenez, the goalkeeper coach. He fits our philosophy, who understands the French way. Jean-Marc Quentz, who's been here I think since the club began, who's absolutely incredible. And we played with 2 academy players in Samuel Murabet and Abdul Watara, and it was actually Jean-Marc who knew them from the age of like 11, 12 and knew everything about them. So when they came with us to the first team, he could fill me in on all the information. He's crucial to their development.
And answer me this, Chelsea Blue. Where do you want Kopama? I want Kopama as a right winger. I think his best damage, his biggest impact for Chelsea has been coming in as a right winger, drifting into the middle. So take your time and answer this question. Where do you want Kopama? You want Kopama as a number 10? You want him as a right winger? You want him as a left winger? Do you want him as a deep line playmaker? You want him as a striker? Where do you want Kopama? I want Kopama as a right winger that roams into the 10. Anyone that's watched free roaming right wing, there you go. Exactly. You know your football, brother. You know your football, man. What you just said right there, that is the best form of Cole Palmer you're gonna fucking get. That free roaming right wing was the Cole Palmer that we knew under Pochettino. That game against PSG where he scored a brace and an assist, that free roaming right wing, that was what he did against fucking PSG, bro. The problem is Cole Palmer is playing as a 10, but Palmer is a disciplined 10. He's not a free roaming 10. We have to let Cole Palmer to free roam. Then you will see the best. You will see the greatness of fucking Cole Palmer, bro.
I'm really, really fortunate. Philippe Coelho's come from Chelsea's under-23s. He's an outstanding coach as well. And for me as a young manager, it's really, really important to have a great staff. A lot of young managers would say in the beginning,
Cole Palmer as a free roaming right wing will be doing sub-zero level of damage, bro. Fuck all that cold and your chill shit, man. This is gonna have defenders frozen like fucking Elsa, bro. Frozen like Elsa. Sub-zero type shit. Like freaking Aokiji from One Piece. I don't know if you watch anime. One Piece, bro. Like he's gonna have people frozen. This has been my biggest gripe with Enzo Maresca. Play him as a fucking right winger, please. Enough of the number 10 shit.
and I'll be guilty of this. In my first couple of years, I wanted to do everything. I wanted to take every meeting. I wanted to take every session. But what happens is, if it's just you and your idea, you don't get the other perspectives of other people. You have your own blind spots. I don't know everything. So now I'm a lot more, I show a lot more delegation. My voice is heard less, and actually I'm more productive, and I think the players have more, their ears are more open when I'm speaking now. And that's things you learn. I'm still young now as a manager, but I'm learning as I go to trust my staff, to be visible when I need to be visible, and all the credit.
Pedro can't dribble. Pedro Neto doesn't have the dribbling that Palmer and Esteval have. He has a work rate. He has his defensive contributions is bigger than Palmer and Esteval. But there's times when we just need goals, and we just need a bit of flair, a bit of enjoyment. Cole Palmer from the right wing was so the way he will fake players out, the way he would do body feint, right wing, dribbling.
All of the good things that have happened has to go to those guys.
Now, forgive the churlish question here, but who's in charge of set pieces?
Well, when we score, it's me.
All right, is that how it works?
If anything goes wrong, it's down to Ben. That's how it works here.
Love it. Well, you talked about your early days of managing. We talk about the EFL as well, and Derby, Hull. What has that transition been like from the UK to France?
Not as big as what you would probably expect. People are still people. People, regardless of where you come from, what your religion is, your country you're from, your gender, we all need the same things. And that's something that's been massive for me here, learning that. I don't speak the language. I'm learning the language, but I speak in English. But it's the same body language, the same connections. Every person who's involved in something needs to feel like they're important, that they're wanted, and they need to know where they're going. It doesn't matter if you're in France, if you're in England, if you're in Brazil. You want to feel part of something. You want to feel together. And I think I'm really, really fortunate in that I've had this experience here. Nothing really changes. A good culture is a good culture anywhere, and that's something that I'll take forward for the rest of my career.
In a previous interview, in a previous interview, you mentioned a little bit about lateness and how you sort of, your understanding around lateness, and you brought up a little bit about your family from Sierra Leone. So like how 3 o'clock in Sierra Leone isn't necessarily 3 o'clock. Yeah. And so I had a conversation with Vincent Kompany about this years ago. where he was describing a situation where he had to, when he was the captain at Manchester City, and one of his jobs was making sure players didn't turn up late. And he recommended this book called When Teams Collide. It's a business book. So it's all about, if you're an American company, you start doing work with a Japanese company, differences in business you need to be aware of. Or if you're working with those Brazilians, things you need to be aware of as well. And Company Talk said that was really, really important for him as a captain and later as a coach to understand all the cultural differences, bringing people together. And you've done a previous interview talking about this as well. And I'm fascinated to get your thoughts on it.
I feel very fortunate in my upbringing. I have to be honest. My dad was in the game. My dad grew up in Brixton and Clapham in South London. We have a Sierra Leone background, and I have that side. My mum's white working class from Tooting, South London. And my upbringing was of a mixture of cultures, a mixture of heritage, a mixture of understanding, different ways of living and different ways of being. But again, through my childhood, I understand that we're all the same. So we have different ways of living, different ways of being. But sometimes things can be interpreted in a different way from what it actually is. So, for example, coming here at first, I think we had a 25-man squad. I would say 20 of the 20.
Interesting. I agree with Chelsea Blue. He just said it. Liam, this guy just said it right now. Saying that you have to understand culture, the different culture of the players, club, city, and find a way to bring them all together. That's what this guy. I ain't gonna lie, he talks really well, man. I hope you're. This guy knows how to talk. He knows what to say. Saying the right thing in this moment right now. And I feel like this video is gonna blow up right now. A lot of Chelsea fans, a lot of football fans watching this, they're gonna say, "Guy knows how to talk. He's saying everything right now. Saying everything the right way." You're saying Maresca lacked creating a culture for us, and to be honest, how long does it take to create a culture? No, because you do have a point, Chelsea Blue. I just, I just feel like it's not that easy. But you look at this guy right here. He's talking about trying to create a culture, and this guy make it sound easy. So maybe it's easy for this guy, not Enzo Maresca. Might just be
25 players were of West African French backgrounds. Now, if I walked into a group culture like that and said, right, you have to be in 9 o'clock in the morning, you have to eat at 9:15, and you have to be in a team meeting room at 10 o'clock in the morning, it's not going to happen. Not because they're disrespectful. It's just not the way that they've been brought up. It's not the way that they've been. And I know that because whenever there was a time for my family to get together in Brixton, we would say 2 o'clock. My aunties aren't coming till 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. It's a different culture. So you have to adapt the way that you work to the people that you work with. And what that does, it allows those people to be comfortable within the culture that you're setting. You allow people to be themselves. So the only time we really have, it's so funny, people say to me, what time do you train? I say, when we're ready. People, that's crazy. What do you mean? But what's happened here, I have a team meeting at 10:30. I don't think there's been. What that does, it allows that of cultures, a mixture of heritage, a mixture of understanding, different ways of living and different ways of being. But again, through my childhood, I understand that we're all the same. So we have different ways of living, different ways of being. But sometimes things can be interpreted in a different way from what it actually is. So, for example, coming here at first, I think we had a 25-man squad. I would say 20 of the 25 players were of West African French backgrounds. Now, if I walked into a group culture like that and said, right, you have to be in 9 o'clock in the morning, you have to eat at 9:15, and you have to be in a team meeting room at 10 o'clock in the morning, it's not going to happen. Not because they're disrespectful. It's just not the way that they've been brought up. It's not the way that they've been. And I know that because whenever there was a time for my family to get together in Brixton, we would say 2 o'clock. My aunties aren't coming till 7, 8 o'clock in the evening. It's a different culture. So you have to adapt the way that you work to the people that you work with. And what that does, it allows those people to be comfortable within the culture that you're setting. You allow people to be themselves. So the only time we really have, it's so funny, people say to me, what time do you train? I say, when we're ready. people, that's crazy. What do you mean? But what's happened here, I have a team meeting at 10:30. I don't think there's been one player late in my 15 months here, because they respect the fact that I've given them the trust in other areas, but they know they have to be on time for that. But sometimes we'll come down, the players will do their pre-activation in the gym. There's music playing, they're dancing, they're singing. Some of the players are playing tech ball. They're enjoying their time in between what's a really intense meeting and then the training session. So we'll wait as coaches, we'll wait until we feel it's right, and then we'll take the lads out and we'll have to go out together, and then we start training. But if you set rules and boundaries on people and they break those rules and boundaries, you create conflict in your group, and for no reason. So for me, the way we work here is we don't have set times. It might be different at a different club with a different culture, but that's what works here, and that's the way that we work.
And you're now working with Gen Z players. You've got a young squad. So last season, I was speaking to Ruben Amorim, and he mentioned, he goes, this generation of players, if you do a meeting longer than 7-8 minutes with video, forget it. That was the sound effect he made. How has this generation of players, coaching them, differed from how you, when you were a player, were being coached?
I think they're more demanding.
Okay.
They're more demanding. They want to know why. Especially in my early years, the
more I listen to this guy, the more I think that might be the down. I'm gonna be honest with you, Chelsea Blue. I think this guy might be the manager. I think this guy can calm down. Like, you're just talking about just being a man. Because I played two YouTubers who are so heated, right? I played Matisse. I don't know if you know who Matisse. I play Eunice Talks Football, and these guys are so fucking. So this tell you that maybe this might be the guy. Oh, can you hear me? So I think that this might be the guy that can play the game, that can calm Chelsea down right now. This is the guy that can calm the fan base, calm the players down, calm the whole staff down, calm everything down. I think this is the guy. I'm not gonna lie. Like, he talks so good, man. Like, he's communicating what it means to be a man manager right here. So amazing to see.
coaches would tell me to run through a brick wall or jump in a cold river, and you go and do it. I think times have changed. I think players demand more. They want to know why. You have to explain why to players, which I love, because you get authentic buy-in. You know, if I'm authoritarian all the time, I say, right, go and do that. Maybe 80-90% of them will go and do it, but they'll question it and they won't be fully engaged in what they're doing. If you explain the reasons why and you get buy-in and belief into what you're doing, they'll be 100% in. So nothing really changes. I think whether it's Generation Z, my generation, if you're sat in a meeting too long, it's boring. You're going to switch off. So that's the key for me. It's not the time of the meetings, it's the content of the meetings. Now, yes, I try and keep my meetings short, and the shorter you can keep the meeting, the better. Some of my meetings go on for 30 minutes, 45 minutes, but I change. The players never know what they're coming into. And some of the things I talk about, I don't just talk about football, I might talk about life, might present things in a different way, try and make it humorous. I think actually the players quite enjoy our meetings, and we do one every day. Before training, there's a meeting every day before training. It sets the tone and the culture for the team. But it's not what you would think that I go in and go, right, we're going to play 4-4-2 and this is the shape. We talk about life, talk about books, talk about films, talk about history. And I think they enjoy it because they don't know what's coming. And you have to keep players engaged and focused in what you do.
Yeah, don't want to blow your trumpet, but a lot of your leadership style sounds quite intuitive. And
100%.
We've covered a lot around cultural intelligence. We've covered a lot around connecting with people. How much work do you do on your leadership style? Is it just football, or do you go beyond? Is it travel? Is it food? Is it music? Because for me, connecting and communicating with people in high-pressured environments is a real skill.
I don't really know. I knew I wanted to do this job. I'm somebody who, my mum was a social worker and she fosters children when I was 16 years old. So you have to have empathy when you're bringing children into your family that might stay for a year, who've come from broken homes or disadvantaged backgrounds. I've always been curious about life. I read, I watch films. I always want to connect with people. And my biggest thing is I want to treat my players how I wanted to be treated as a player. That's key for me. That's the most important thing, whether you're in the team or out of the team or even in the stand. You want to feel respected. You want to feel loved. And I'm not afraid to tell my players I love them. And when you create that connection with them, you can be harder with them. You know, I'm lucky enough to have children. It's not always well done. Sometimes you have to tell them the truth, but they have to know that you're telling them the constructive criticism because you love them. And I don't like to scream and shout at my players. I'd rather sit down with them and get to know them and understand them. I don't think that's anything to do with high performance environments or football. I just think that's life. I think if you want to get the best out of people, you need to get to know them. If you want to have strong relationships with people, you want to create really good connections and they're authentic. And that's the way I hopefully always. My biggest thing is whenever a player leaves me as a manager, it doesn't matter how good of a manager they think I am or my tactics or my sessions, they can say to whoever they know about me, do you know what, he's a good guy. He wanted the best for me. And I genuinely believe that's the best way to get the best out of people and get results in football matches.
One of the things I find interesting about football in general is that, and you have got, you know, we've mentioned it, one of the youngest squads in Europe, is that this multi-club structure, something we're seeing more and more in the world of football. I mean, look, we've spoken about it on this podcast. Some supporters weren't so happy about that. They've been very vocal about that. How difficult is it managing that relationship, the ownership entity, the fans as well, who obviously still need to trust who they're looking at on the field?
Yeah, for sure. I think for me, whether you're...
The way he was breaking down, like, different team, trying to different players, different cultural background was so amazing, bro. I felt like I was bought into what he was like. His management skills, like way he was talking about how he could manage players from different places, different backgrounds was so amazing, bro. He broke it down so eloquently, bro. He was so eloquent in breaking it down. I was like, wow, this guy. I just don't know if he just knows how to talk, but this interview right here shows a lot about how he's willing to work with players and how he's able to understand players and bring them together. That's literally what he was just saying right there, man. Um, the video is 38 minutes long, and I'm like, okay, I feel like we've been on to it so long, but
a manager, a player.
I do want him to talk about this way Chelsea having so many clubs.
Anything to do with any football club, you have to build trust. Trust is something you build over time. It's not something that's just given to you. So when I first came in, I was aware it's different. I'm a young coach from England who nobody knew me here. And I asked the fans to just trust what we were trying to do. I think over time, and it's normal, the fans here, they absolutely love this football club. This football club is huge in Alsace, in the region. It's so important and it's a very cultural thing. You know, the people in Alsace is like there's lots of different parts of France. Alsace is unique in its own culture and its own way of being, and the club is an extension of that. So for me now, whether it's multi-club ownership or an owner from abroad or an owner from the other side of the world, it takes time to build the trust. It takes time for fans to see that they want the best for the club, and I think for me it's natural because it's still the early stages of that. You know, I think we're only 2.5 years into the project. I've been here for 15 months. It takes time to build trust. And I hope over time, what I would love to see is everybody who loves this club together, you know, supporting the club, wanting the best for it. And this is just a part of that process at the moment.
Is that why you signed a new contract, to build trust? Is that important to you?
It's everything. Without trust, you can't do anything in life. And I'm very lucky because I feel trusted by Blueco and by Mark Keller and the people here, and that enables me to do my job the best that I can, and it allows my players to feel like I trust them. You know, so for me, and I say it to the players all the time. It's one of the things, one of our lines. We have certain sayings that we live by. Is have your mates back, have your mates back. You know, when you feel trusted and when you can be trustworthy is when you're empowered. And if trust is broken, it's finished in any relationship. So for me, I'm very, very fortunate to be in this position at the moment.
Now, 15 months in a club, part of a multi-club model, the player turnover is going to be high. And over the summer, several players left Strasbourg. How do you prevent dressing room sentiment from going, back to square one? Oh, okay, now we've got to do everything all over again. How do you keep the level high and keep them striving for more and more?
It's a good question. I think, it's not just multi-club ownership clubs that have high turnover. I was at Hull. I remember in January, I think we had a turnover of 15 players out and 13 players in January. In my second season. It's football now. It's normal. The turnover of players now at every football club is huge. I think where I'm fortunate is I can be selective in the players I want to stay, and we can be selective in the players who we think maybe it's their time to move on. And I'm a part of that decision making. I'm not the only decision maker, but I have part of the process in terms of the culture. What we did in the last transfer window, we identified people within our squad who we felt could move things forward and educate the new players coming in. For example, Emmanuel Omega. What an outstanding season he had last year, but what an outstanding leader he is within the group. Gela Doué the same, Diego Moreira. Kalle Jonsson, who's our number 2 goalkeeper. They are key people of influence within our group that we know can move the culture forward and help the new players coming in. So if you identify those characters within your group, people will look at the numbers, but the culture still feels exactly the same. It's crazy. We've got players from Argentina and Paraguay and Ecuador. They're still doing the same dances that the lads were doing last year with each other. So the culture continues because you keep really important people within that group and you can move things forward. And it's not about, people will say it's me doing a job. It's the staff. It's the physios. It's the masseurs. It's the kit men. It's the doctors. Everybody plays their...
Yeah, he's English. I think you're hoping he's ready and prepared. I think he is. I think he's ready and prepared. I think he knows what this. I think he's prepared, man. Don't keep in mind this interview is 2 months ago. Already breaking. Problem is, he's coming in doing mid, not coming in off season, mid season. So
part in the feeling around the training ground, and I have to say I'm very proud of that because it's a unique place. It's not like any other football club here. We've got the coach's office. There's music on from 8 o'clock in the morning till 6 o'clock in the evening. They've had to turn it off for me next door because I'm doing this. And then on the room next door, because the players' dressing room next door, they've got their own music on. They're singing and dancing.
I got mic issues. I do got to sort out this mic issues. I ain't gonna hold you. I got to sort out this mic issues. This really is frustrating. I ain't gonna lie, because you're not the only one talking about this mic. Gotta work this mic. Thanks for letting me know, though. Yeah, a lot of people don't have a lot of faith in this guy, though. There's not a lot of faith in this OC. Alex Pereira and Tracy Cortez are in a relationship? Get the fuck out of here. You watch UFC? This cannot be. Oh, family. Yeah, this shit is fake. Yeah, that can't be real. That it has to be. Oh shit! Wait, what? Wait, what? These niggas are dating? What the fuck? Alex Pereira and Trey Cortez are dating? fuck is going on here? Can't believe Alex Pereira is dating that.
Dancing. It's a really, really nice place to be. And that's down to everybody at the club being able to be themselves. And that's what enables the process to be sped up really, really quickly.
Yeah, I mean, how'd you sign me and Carl up, man? Club journalists, we are ready to go when you are. All right, let's move on because, look, it's currently Black History Month in the UK. So we wanted to end this with a focus on representation on and off the pitch. Look, you're one of a very few black managers. How important is it for you seeing representation across football and beyond in general?
It's everything. Just want a world where nobody is judged based on the colour of their skin, their background, their upbringing, their gender, their sexuality, their religion. I feel like, without going too deep, I feel like we're living in a time where there's extreme feelings again about immigration. I think people are misjudged and miseducated on certain things. And actually what I find, I'm really lucky, I'm mixed heritage. My mum's white, my dad's black. I realized very, very early in my life that we're all the same. Mm-hmm. Regardless of our small micro differences we have, our common values and our common core is exactly the same. It doesn't matter where you're from. For me, I feel like the argument on representation in, well, my job, for example, head coach, manager, it's missed. It's about, everybody's talking about the numbers, which is understandable, but nobody's talking about the value. The value of it is huge. If you have multicultural staff who have different backgrounds and different profiles, you will improve your players so much quicker because they have reference points from the coaches of people who understand them.
Yeah, I agree. He looks very certain in what he wants to do as a football coach, as a manager, as a tactical manager, as a man manager. He understands what he wants to do. Like I'm trying to look up videos of what he does, and from what I've heard, right, he likes pressing so high. Like pressing is a very big part of his. Like I'm hearing that he likes his center backs to fucking want to press. I'm like, what?
From being sacked by Hull City in the Championship to fighting for Champions League places in France, Liam Rosenaire is making his name, and he's making it in Eastern France with Strasbourg. They currently sit 6th place. They are just 3 points off Monaco in 2nd place, losing just 2 games since the start of December. For today's
his mixed race either way, so his mixed race anyway. He just said that his dad's black, his mom's white, whatever. But I do agree with you. Like, he's gonna have to find a way to like make sure he gets things rolling because he's gonna be under immense pressure to perform. Because let's face it, there's not that many black coaches in the Premier League. Right? Like the last good, decent black coach that I can remember was Patrick Vieira when he was coaching at Brighton. That was many years ago. So there's not always a lot of black coaching at top flight football. Not necessarily because of race and all that, but it's just like there's just better options in my opinion. But I do know that this guy is gonna have a lot of pressure on him, bro, from football fans, from Chelsea fans, from the media. So it is gonna be crazy. But this is a video about his tactics. I mean, everyone is always saying that this guy likes to press.
video, I'll be taking a good look at Rosenaire's managerial journey, the stats behind Strasbourg's success, their tactical setups, and how exciting they truly are. Let's go. So the London-born manager, as you may know, was previously a player. A left-back, the 40-year-old shared a career amongst a host of clubs, most notably Fulham, Reading, Brighton, and who he'd later manage, Hull City. However, his coaching career began in the under-23s at Brighton before joining Derby County. He'd later become the caretaker manager at the Rams after Rooney left, but despite impressing in his short tenure, they had their eyes set on a different manager, Paul Warne. 2 months had passed by, and then came knocking Hull City. His first season after joining in November, he solidified a mid-table finish. His second season, his side missed out on the playoffs by just 3 points. Now he did well at Hull City. He solidified their position and developed them into a real force. But it was believed that with the squad and signings he had available to him that year, he simply should have made the playoffs. So the Tigers fired the trigger, sacked, and I think you can see that was a pretty poor decision. But here he is, he landed the role to take charge of Chelsea's sister club, Strasbourg. This season, they've slowly found their groove. Since December, they've hit the back of the net 33 times, winning 12 games, losing just 2, and keeping 9 clean sheets. And when you look at the squad, the average age is just 22.7. It's a team full of wonder kids. And if you look at the stats I've provided just here, you'll get a slight glimpse of the playstyle Roseneer has them playing. So let's delve into that a little bit now. Overall for Strasbourg, their shape and formation slightly differs depending on the opposition they play. It could be a 4-3-3, 3-4-3, 4-2-3-1. Roseneer makes tactical tweaks not only in preparation for encounters, but from the sidelines too. But the football they play is slightly similar to Maresca's, probably just a little bit more fun, a little bit more expansive. And I think that's down to the level, the style of the two managers, the exciting youth players Strasbourg has, and countless reasons. Roseneer's side aims to be possession dominant, a high energy pressing team, one that prioritises winning the ball back high and attacking as soon as possible, but also mixing patient, intricate builder play from deep. They look to bait the press, consume numbers, and then attack with explosiveness. In a recent video with ITV Sport, Roseneer mentioned these quotes. If you ask any young person what they enjoy about football, it's having the ball. And if you haven't watched this video, then I would highly recommend. It's brilliant. But the quote supports the idea that he wants his players to have the ball, express themselves, but get the best out of them. So let's look tactically at how he does that, starting with the build-up. Throughout the season, this has altered. We have seen him use a consistent 4-2-4-like shape through all phases, a 3-3 build-up shape, but mostly a 3-2. Everyone uses a 3-2-5 shape, it seems. And so does Roseneer. Against Lyon in the first 45, he used this. The left back, Maria, would push far wide, allowing the left midfielder to come inside narrowly, as the right back tucks into the back line. When building up, they often bring the goalkeeper into build-up, Petrovic, the man on loan from Chelsea. His ball-playing ability has improved massively, I have to say. He's still shaky when rushing out of his goal, but he's been brilliant this year. And by involving him with that passage of play, it gives you that extra man, either allowing Strasbourg to play through a team or consume an extra opposition number to match Strasbourg's.
So this guy wants a sweeper. He wants his goalie to be a sweeper. He wants his goalie to come out of the box, play with the ball defeat, act as a build up with the defender. Very risky. That's a very shaky way of having maybe because I'm old school, but I'm not a big fan of my stepping outside the box with the ball on his feet and they want to. Now I do know that he like his guys to press high up to win the ball back and be that instant by having a very slow possessive build up play in case the game becomes a goal kick. You know that I think that's a very nice combination of both, right? When you don't have the ball, you're pressing high up to win the ball, transform that into a counter attack. Whereas if it's a goal kick, right, you want your goalie to pass the ball, defenders, and build up, basically playing out from the back, building up. Now, I think we have the players to build out from the back. When you're talking about trying to build up from the back, we have the players that can do that. But trying to press up front to win the ball back, man, I don't know, man. I don't think the lap and wingers can run around trying to fucking press and win the ball, bro. I'm gonna be honest. I don't think they're capable of doing that.
Extra man. Within this phase, you can see how they are so well coached. There's a calmness and trust within their play, real patience, but there's also a huge amount of technical ability within their core. Now, if they are going to lose it, they won't be stubborn, they will hit it long. And their centre back and midfield are pretty good on the ball. André Santos, what a player. I've already done a video on him, he's brilliant. Recent January edition, Valentin Barco has been impressing
right so
highly.
Here's the thing. Andres Santos is at Chelsea, so he understands the system that Liam Rosino plays. He understands the system that this Liam guy plays, so he's gonna have no problem fitting in. The thing is like Andres Santos is not gonna start over Casado. He's not gonna start over Enzo Fernandez. He's not gonna start over with James. But at least I feel like Andrew Santos will be able to communicate with the players to explain how what type of system implements and how where he wants you to be and how he wants you to play. So it's good that Chelsea have somebody that has played under Liam to know how to play his system. That's very, very good. Very, very important. Especially doing this mid season. Him coming in mid season.
In midfield. He's played often in a pivot with Santos, but he's usually a left back as we know. So Rosenir has recognised his technical ability, shifted the pivot further towards that left side, which allows Barco to progress the ball forwards more naturally, as opposed to the pivot positioning centrally. Now you may think, doesn't this just leave nobody on the right? Well, it sort of does, but Strasbourg actually progressed the ball brilliantly down that right side, which we'll get into later. But it means the right back has more space to operate with, often leading to the right midfielder or attacking midfielder having more space to drop into to receive the pass. The play is just all very intricate and brilliant to watch. It's not too slow to bore you, but it's got the right amount of patience. The centre-backs want to pass forward to the central players, but they don't mind passing side to side or backwards to the keeper if it means they'll have the chance to go forward soon. But if they can't, there's the tools to go long. They attack with runners, so those forward players will instantly look to drive forward, but their centre forward, Emeka, is strong, quick, with hold-up play and ability to bring the ball down, so Strasbourg have the outlets to play short and to play long. Now once they progress into the middle third, it's normally the pass of Santos or the wide centre-backs that kick-start an attack. They combine in the wide spaces beautifully at times, as they share two main wide players who are both quick, athletic, but tricky dribblers that can cut inside and take on their man. And it's interesting that the tricky wide player comes from right midfield and left back. Moreira is basically a left winger at left back. But as I said, they progress the ball really nicely down the...
But basically, if they feel like playing out from the back fails, they can also play long to get the ball to Mado and Megha, and also try to link up with the wingers as well. He also allows individual play to happen. I think that's very cool. You know, like allowing players, so he can basically allow guys like Esteban Copama individually break down the defense and let them make a play out of nothing. I think that's very cool. And that's something that's very, very necessary as well. But sometimes there's just some good defense that will shut down the system or the strategy or tactic that you're trying to play against. So you need guys like Esteval, Copama to play and break down the defense for you. I think that's very cool from him. I still feel like I'm still worried about this playing out from the back thing because playing out from the back means that you need your defenders to have a technical ability for them to be able to handle the ball, to be able to withstand the pressing that the opponent is going to put. So very, very worried about that.
right side in particular. The right back finds the pass to the right midfielder every time, despite the distance between them. And when they do combine, they consume so many numbers which isolates the opposing flank, which they attack with runners. But the play here remains quite similar to the build-up from deep, patient, short, with the options of going long via the runners and centre forward. When attacking the box, they overload it with numbers, making crossing the ball very inviting for the winger. The wide player is often supported by a midfield run, mostly into the half space, so down the left, Barco is very good in this area because, as we know, he's a left back. He's on his natural side. He likes to attack. So Barco coming across is natural and allows Strasbourg to overload this area with players who really excel in this space. However, that's their attacking game. It results in 1.7 goals per game. Let's take a look at them off the ball. This is where it gets interesting. Off the ball, they press high. And when they do so, it creates a very interesting image. You can see here they like to be intense, a nuisance. The press aims to force them backwards into a long ball or a risky pass. Numerically, they want to trap them, suffocate them with 2 to 3 players around them, or even 4, and make any pass a difficult one to execute. In this image, you can actually see Sarr, the centre back, press this high, which is absolutely insane, and why it's vital that this team recovers the distance.
Let me make one thing clear, bro. Liam, you're not gonna do that bullshit in the fucking thing. That thing where the center back is gonna be pressing high up the fucking pitch. That shit don't work in the Premier League, my brother. You think that shit's gonna work against someone like Haaland, against Man City, against Arsenal, against Bournemouth? Premier League is a different league, bro. Is it high? Is it is in a tier higher than the French league, the League 1. So all that center back pressing high up the fucking pitch, dead that shit when you come to fucking Chelsea, because that shit's not gonna work, brother. That is not gonna work for sure. Hell no. It is not gonna work, bro. Trying to have center back press up. Is he crazy? What is he thinking? Now, it is impressive that they haven't conceded goals, but as of the making of this, this video is 9 months old, by the way, guys. This video is 9 months old, so it's like by this time, right now, as we're talking, the French teams have figured out the weaknesses of this system. Nonetheless, it's still impressive they're 7th in the league, but I don't know, man. Like, this is worse than the Highline defense by Lake.
Fast because it's quite risky and probably gets exposed on the biggest stage. Teams see this and immediately look to play over the
What
top.
up, Bob
But
Money?
luckily for
Oh, Bob Money, you're a 49ers fan? And shout out to you, man. Your team is balling in the NFL right now, bro. You guys on a what? 4-game, 5-game win streak with Brock Purdy? With Brock Purdy? I think that's his name. Like, that's actually impressive for you being a 49ers fan, bro.
Strasbourg, they have a backline of speed, so this works. Once they transition that little bit deeper, it becomes a 5-4-1 or a 4-4-2. Rosenaire has different options. He's flexible.
Ooh.
There's
49ers fan and a Chelsea fan. God damn, bro. That's a good combination right there, bro. At least you're not a New York Jets fan and an Arsenal fan. I know someone who's a New York Jets fan and an Arsenal fan, bro. Imagine that. Um, I'm a Chelsea fan too, and I'm a Patriots fan. I'm from Boston, brother. Nice to have you here, Bob Money. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate you coming and commenting right now. I'm a Patriots fan. I hope my quarterback wins MVP. Matthew Stafford might actually win it. And right now, I'm just sad that on New Year's Day, our coach got sacked. Like, like, yes, it says he parted ways. All right, man, Chelsea Blue. Thank you, bro. Thanks for tuning in, man. I appreciate you, man. Go rest up, all right? Go rest up, man. Appreciate you for tuning in, Chelsea, all right? And just turn the notification on, okay? There's gonna be a whole lot of watch alongs going on right now, especially this weekend with AFCON and and a lot of Chelsea, especially on Sunday with Chelsea versus Man City. Thank you for tuning in, and make sure you get some sleep. All right, you have a good sleep, brother. Yeah, but money, yeah. As a Patriots fan, we're doing good. But as a Chelsea fan right now, I feel like that's a big worry for us, right? We are not playing good at all, man. We are not doing good. We've had only 2 wins in the whole month of December, you know. Happy New Year's Day. Turns out that New Year's Day started with bad news. Enzo Maresca leaving. They say he parted ways, but let's be honest. He probably stood up to them. He said he didn't want to be a puppet no more. He stood up to Blue Co with some spine, and they said, you know what? Since you have the audacity to talk to us and to stand up to us, you're fired. You get to leave. And that's what he did. He gave them the middle finger and said, all right, I'll leave. I'm not going to be a puppet like this, you know? So right now, this is a tactics on the new candidate, Liam from Strasbourg, and we're just watching how he plays right now.
There's different ways they can achieve this 5 though. This could be a midfielder like Andre Santos dropping into the back line, but against Lyon we saw Valentin Barco drop into left centre back next to the left back. This to me was interesting. On one centre back next to the left back. This to me was interesting. On one hand, you have a natural left back here to help out and cover across.
Facts. Luco has to go. I agree with you. Cleo Lake, Igbali, like they have to go, bro. Like I don't understand what is the direction of this team. What is the direction of this club? Like what are we supposed to be doing, bro? Like you had a coach. Yes, look, Enzo Maresca is not blameless. He has some parts to be blamed about as well. The way he sets the team up, the formation, the players. Like there are times where like you look at Enzo Maresca and then you question yourself, Enzo Maresca, what the fuck are you doing? You're playing Chalobah as a fucking right back. You're taking Jamie Gayton from left wing into the right wing and you're expecting to perform as good? Like what? Bro, English government, they thought they were doing something, bro. The problem with this new ownership is that this new ownership has so many owners. You have Todd Bowley, you have Ekbali, you have Mark Waters, and then you have Todd Bowley and Ekbali. They're just going against, they're clashing against each other, bro. Roman Abramovich was one owner, so no one could stand up to him. No one in Chelsea could stand up to Rowan because he was just one owner that had majority of the stake. He had majority of the stake, so he gets to control what says, what goes and what doesn't. Right now in Chelsea, we have so many owners that's trying to act like they know how to run this fucking club, but instead they're just ruining the club. Give Enzo Maresca what he wants. You want a center back, give it to him, bro. Give him the wingers that he wants. It's bad all around, bro. It's a fucking shit show. I mean, look at what's going on right now. It's horrible. Because the thing is, Luco, they want a yes man. And this is who our fucking yes man is gonna be, bro. This is who our yes man is gonna be. Look at the yes man. Look at him smiling. Angel Strasbourg. Right now, I am reacting to the system that he likes to play. The system is very nice, but there's one issue I have with his system right now. I just want to finish the video before I explain everything.
Defend those areas. On the other hand, I don't think against top quality opposition, Barco can do this. Physically, he's just not quite capable. But the 5-4-1 shape allows Strasbourg to drop so many blue shirts back defending in their own box, almost crowding it out. But it also allows them to double up in wide spaces and allows for those wing backs to leave the line of press with 4 players behind them. I really like the way Rosenier adapts his defensive shape and his way to achieve it. His press is very risky, but the athleticism of his squad is simply why he does it. It clearly gets results, at this level, but mostly in their 5-4-1 shape, they sit in the half, track onto the runners, and be ready to pounce intensely the second the ball drifts close. But overall, certainly one of the most intensely they projects in Europe at the moment. Their goals are brilliant. So many of their goals come from patient build-up play where every player touches the ball. It's a credit to the players and their high-level understanding, but also the high-level communication skills and coaching the manager provides. He deserves his flowers. He comes across exceptionally in the media, and as a manager himself, he's doing a great job, and I don't think he's ready for the big job quite yet. We've seen him linked to Spurs and a few teams, so I hope he stays at Strasbourg because there's a lot he can do there. But before I wrap up this video, just to show his brilliance and proactivity on the touchline, in the second half versus Lyon, he slightly altered the build-up from a 3-2-5 to a 3-3-4 in the middle third, essentially dropping the attacking midfielder deeper before he leaves and attacks further up the pitch. What I want to look at is Barco, who would drift out wide from midfield quite often in build-up, where he would find acres of space to operate, which led directly to a goal. Brilliant stuff. Thank you for watching today's video. If you did enjoy, make sure to smash a like and subscribe to the channel. How good of a manager do you think Liam Rosenior is? Will he get Champions League? Let's see at the end of the season. Thank you for watching, and I'll see you guys in the next one.
Yeah. So that was Liam Rosenior tactics, Strasbourg. So basically his tactics is he likes to press higher. When Strasbourg does not have the ball, he likes to press high up, hopefully to win the ball back and then activate the counter attack, and they're leading to goals and all that. You know what I'm saying? So he likes to do all that. Then when they have the ball from the goalkeeping standpoint, he likes his goalie to have the ball at his feet and having the technical. He wants his goalie to have the technical abilities, pass the ball to defenders, and then they'll beat up from the back. They like to build up in a patient, delicate build up, play out from the back, and then hopefully leading to goals and all that. But here's the biggest issue I have with this guy's tactics. He likes his center backs to push up to press as well. When that may not work in the Premier League, I feel like that's very, very way too dangerous to try that in the Premier League, right? Like Bob Money, you said, I notice all the English managers don't do well in the Premier League, especially the ones that we have got. Hopefully, does well, but I doubt it. Yeah, I doubt it too, especially from a tactics standpoint. There was an interview he did with Athletics. We were just reacting to that a couple minutes ago, like about half an hour ago, and when it comes to man managing Bob Money, he is so good at man managing, bro. Like the way he talks about the players, the way he breaks down how you have to bring players from different ethnic backgrounds, from different way of life, you have to bring them together into one harmony, into one understanding, was so cool, and he explained it so well. I was really impressed with the way he tries to explain what it means to man manage. Now here comes with the tactics, right? English managers don't do well at the top flight, right? Because obviously you have English managers like, oh well, I mean, that Englishman is Eddie Howe English? I don't know. Um, you're right that English managers don't do well, and you're hoping for this guy to do good. But the reason why I feel like this guy might not do well is because of the way his tactics can be, especially when he's trying to press high up the pitch. That can be a very big problem, in my opinion. Like I'm fine with your midfield and your attackers, your wingers, your strikers to press, but you want your center backs to press high up the pitch too? Is he crazy? Is he dumb? Yes. He's a developing manager, bro. I was saying the same thing as well. Any manager that's trying to come in doing the halfway into the season is a recipe for disaster. Like you're literally just ruining your resume, and you're just ruining yourself, bro. He's a very young manager, coaching wise. His experience is not that much. Before he was coaching at Strasbourg, he was coaching at the U23 Brighton team, and he was coaching at Hull City. And after Hull City, he went to Strasbourg, and this way has been for about 9 months now. The thing is, like, you got rid of Enzo Maresca halfway into the fucking season, so what good manager is gonna want to come in halfway season right now? Because what Chelsea want is a yes man. They want a yes man. And this guy looks like he's gonna be a yes man. I can't hold you, bro. I think this guy is fine being a yes man. He's doing well at Strasbourg, but some of his tactics, I'm a bit skeptical because you come to the Premier League, bro. Like this is a different gravy, man. Different gravy sauce, bro. Like you come into the Premier League that has a whole lot of 5-star high quality chefs cooking in the kitchen, bro. They're gonna make you burn your food if you're not careful, if you're not ready at all. Different when you're going up against Crystal Palace and Bournemouth and Newcastle, going up against Sunderland, going up against Man City, Arsenal, even Man United, bro. Different gravy is a whole different ball game. So I am worried about the way he tactics can be. As a man manager, I think he's very solid. Go back right here.
Connect with them. So when I first came here, I'll take a mega as an example.
Who expecting this season?
Think about it.
Watching
Obviously,
this
Luis
interview
Enrique
about
is
money.
incredible player.
This interview right here, I'm not gonna play all of it, but if you wish to know more about the way he coaches and all that, I think this would be a very good interview to watch. You're saying you should have gone for another experienced manager, but Xavi and Zidane are not yes men, Bob Money. Xavi is not a yes man. Zinedine Zidane is not a fucking yes man. Those are not yes men. If we as Chelsea fans we want them, they're gonna let the Chelsea board know, bro. You gotta let me get the players that I want. Don't get the players for me. Let me get the players that I want. Those men you're talking about, that those men you're recommending, they're not yes men. Chelsea wants a yes man. Enzo Maresca was fine being a yes man, but when he realized that we're going nowhere, he stood up to them. And that's what happened.
Right now, you've got a striker who's got
Blue Code does not like it when someone stands up to them. That's just what the case is. They don't like it when a coach gets to stand up to them, especially fucking that fat fuck Ekbali, bro.
7 goals in 8 games. Joaquin Panicelli. I hope I've got that name correct. So he's just arrived in France. This is his first season, and he's already hit the ground running. When you get a player like that, what's the sort of approach from your coaching team to make sure he can hit the ground running?
That's a great question. I would say 90% of it is down to the player. In terms of Joaquin, his mentality. I remember my first conversation with him, and
I was just reacting to this, Bob Money, if it's still here. You think Glasner would want to come work for Chelsea? You think Roberto De Zerbi at Marseille? This guy is at Marseille right now. You think he's gonna want to come work at Chelsea? Guy, does this strike you as a yes man? Roberto De Zerbi, he's coaching at Marseille right now. They are third in the league. Nigga's not a yes man. Kieran McKenna, he's from Ipswich. I don't want him. You think Fabregas is a yes man? He steered Como into a Serie A promotion 2024, earning him the permanent job. where they are now in a strong sixth place going into five. Yeah, guys don't want to come.
And he'll laugh because within 10 seconds of speaking to him, I messaged the head of recruitment while I was on the call with him saying, you need to sign this kid. I love him. Just how his mentality is top, and he would fit right into what we want to do. How we integrate our players, we always do a presentation to them about the way that we play before we sign them, so they know exactly what they're coming into. We do not just me, my staff, we do lots of one-to-one meetings with Joaquin. So in the short time he's been here, he's probably had 5 or 6 30 to 45 an hour long meetings with the staff about his position, where he needs to be on the pitch. But other than that, it's down to the players. He's a magnificent player. I'm not surprised at the start he's made, and I'm hoping it continues for him because he's a great character. He's got a great mentality. He works so hard in training. And normally when you work hard in training, it comes off for you in the game. And I was really delighted for his performance on Friday night.
He's got a phenomenal leap.
Incredible. He's a throwback. From England, we call him Jeff Horsfield or Brian McBride. He's a throwback. He's an old school centre forward. He's like an Argentinian Alan Shearer. You don't get many of those types anymore of strikers who are so good in the box. His timing on his headers are amazing. He does it all the time in training. And I think in the modern day, to have a throwback centre forward who works so hard for the team, who's brilliant in the box, who not just in terms of attacking things, but he defends set plays so well. He's brilliant in the air, and he enjoys working hard. So yeah, I'm delighted to have him, and credit to my recruitment team for bringing him in.
Yeah, huge respect. Well, last season you.
No doubt in my mind that Enzo Maresca is definitely going to what's his name, Man City. There's a chance that he's going to be working with. No doubt in my mind. No doubt in my mind. So crazy.
Finished 7th League, securing Conference League football. As we said, you're preparing for that right now with the youngest team in Europe, Europe's top 5 leagues. And to say, what are you expecting this season? You're currently 3rd in Ligue 1 as well. We're 2nd before the PSG match. I mean, this is a big season for you guys. What are you expecting from it?
I don't expect anything. That's not the way I see the season. I see football. If you go in with expectations, you're positive or negative, you normally end up disappointed in some way. I don't set limits on my players. I said that from day one when I came to the club. We just work as hard as we can in the moment. You can only affect the now. You can't affect the future. So in terms of my day-to-day, I try and make the day as productive as possible in terms of the training that we do, in terms of the meetings, in terms of the way the players train, our culture. Other than that, I don't think in the future at all, because it doesn't exist. It only exists when you get there. So for me, my biggest expectation is to make sure tomorrow's session is really good, to make sure our preparation for the game on Thursday is really good, and just take it step by step, but never with any limits to our ambitions.
Nice. But also with a young team will also come mistakes, right? I mean, everyone knows that. We've all played at some amateur level. You've played at the professional level. How do you manage that so their heads don't dip too low, you know?
I don't mind players making mistakes. I've seen old players make mistakes. It's part of football. Football is a game of mistakes. My attitude to football is, if you make a mistake, it's not a problem. If the next thing you do is the right thing. You know, I've asked my goalkeeper to play out from the back 6 yards from his goal. We've conceded goals from it, but I want my goalkeeper to take the ball again. Mistakes are a part of the game, and actually mistakes are a good thing. Because if you make a mistake and then you're educated on why that happened, then it doesn't happen again. So you need mistakes to happen to improve. So if you look at football now, it's such a short-term game. You see managers leaving their job after a month in the job. You have to be quite brave, I think, as a manager, to look at it as if you're accepting mistakes. But why I can be so brave here is because I'm supported so well. You know, it's a long-term project. So the people above me, Mark Keller and the guys at Blueco, they give me the time to allow my players to make mistakes, which allows me to coach authentically. So I don't feel like after 2 games, if we lose, I'm completely under pressure and we need to win the next game for me to keep my job. I think if you work in that way, you'll have long-term success in the end. And I'm really, really fortunate to have people who think the same way, so I can coach the way that I want to coach.
Can you talk to us a bit more about your coaching team as well? So there's been a couple of clips of you in the dressing room on social media, and you're speaking in English and you're being translated by an assistant. How is that all working?
Amazing. Khalifa, he's not just the people call him a translator. He's my assistant. I play with Khalifa for Reading, Khalifa Cisse. I've known him for 20 years. And he's been incredible, not just in terms of the language, but understanding the culture of the players that we were working with, understanding the culture of the staff, the culture of the club and the country itself. He's amazing, and the players absolutely love him. They go to him with their problems. They trust him. Justin Walker, my other assistant manager, is an outstanding coach. He's what would people would call a development coach, because he's worked with young players in young teams. But you can develop players if they're 18. You can develop players if they're 38. And Justin is outstanding in terms of the way that he goes about his work on the training pitch. I feel like I've got the best analyst in the world. And Ben Warner, who tactically understands exactly what I want, and our process is.
Enough of this. Tired. I've been streaming this out 4 hours. I was probably waiting out 5 more minutes, but I'm good. I'll be back tomorrow, guys. I gotta go eat. That very unprecedented. Not shocking, because for the last couple, at least for the past week, we all knew that there was big issues going on between Maresca and Chelsea. Right now, Chelsea Blue Coat needs to look themselves in the mirror, figure out what is it that they're trying to do. What is it that they're trying to do? Because this switching of managers is not going to work long term. They have to abandon that wage structure and get veteran players that can help us know what it means to win and score goals. This is what it is. All right, guys, y'all take it easy, man. I'm out. Peace out. By the way, Bob Money 2966. Thank you for tuning in. Wuhan, thank you for tuning in. Jordan Chelsea Blue, thank you guys for tuning in. I really do appreciate this. This is the most views and the most engagement I've ever gotten from my chat. And I want to let you guys know that, you guys are not going to regret this. Trust me. I want you guys to think of trying to invest in me, okay? I'm the next guy up, bro. I promise you that. I'm the next guy up. I'll see you guys tomorrow. We'll talk more about the Chelsea and talk more about the Premier League. You guys peace out, all right? Appreciate it, man. Thank you guys for tuning in. All right, bud, man. Thank you very much, man. Thank you once again for tuning in, but I really do appreciate that, bro. I'll see you tomorrow. If you decide to want to come in and check in with me, I really do appreciate that. I'm gonna go eat, go relax. It's 9 o'clock over here in the East Coast. Yeah, and also the New England Patriots is gonna be Super Bowl champs. All right, let's get that clear, okay? Drake May is gonna win the MVP. That's facts. Okay. All right. Peace out, brother.